Okay, everybody. So the first thing we should do here is, let's see. Alrighty. Let's see. Okay. Let's do this first. Okay, so we already planned most of the SPY ideas in terms of the upside, in terms of the downside. Now it's just a matter of us giving this a second here. Yeah, you're right below the midpoint. 622. Okay. Let me go here. $6.22. So that's only a 50-cent gap. That's still a very tiny gap. Let me see something real quick. I swear on the mobile app. So SPY just hit 619 on Webull, which is kind of funny. Let me just update this real quick. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Yeah, logically speaking, SPY should be able to go up very easily. It should want to run up to the sky, in fact. However, with that gap we just made to the downside there, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing wants to open up at 619. Alrighty. Where's everybody at? You guys here? Good morning. How you guys been? How's your weekend? Did you enjoy it? Let's go ahead and bring this line out. That's 619. This one is where? 617. Yeah, these earnings are not really, they're not really too interesting here. I think we'll just leave the earnings stuff for a second. ES fell all the way down to the bottom of the weekly trend, so this is perfect. You literally hit King's Point and then ran up from here. So that's actually insane. You completed the daily trend already. How's Tesla? $317. This should be Tesla 2. So let's open up Tesla on this chart. $359. That's $39. So that is 310, 300, 380. You're supposed to fall down to 380. 380 flat. That's where Tesla's supposed to go right now. 380 flat. Okay, so we got all the Tesla charts. We have the Nvidia chart ready. Nvidia looks like it's going to start crashing as well. Microsoft's already getting sold off from the top. By the way, everybody, what I did over the weekend was a few things here and there. But one of the most important things was fixing up the main list of all the stocks that we use, we look at, and all that jazz. Okay, so then we have all the companies associated with drilling. We have all the companies associated with the Dow Jones. Most of the companies associating with casinos, biotech, automotive stuff, all semiconductors in the world, space companies. So it's pretty much everything that one could think of. What is that thing called on Weeble? Okay, so that's the paper trading thing. Custom layout. There we go. By the way, if you wanted to basically add the options thing on your screen here, you're gonna have to add it to widgets. So you have to just go to the top right of your screen. You'll be able to add a widget, and then from there you'll be able to add the options board. So just look for anything that looks like this, like that little like emoji, right? All right, everybody. So again, the main game plan right now is gonna be to let the market open up first, and then we're gonna try to see if we can enter into some some shorts. I want to see if this is gonna fall down to this golden zone straight down to here. I am thinking it's gonna probably fall through it, just depending on how fast we fall down. And the only reason why I say that is just due to the weekly range, right? Everything you did on the run up is basically everything you're doing on the run down. Now you're at the midpoint. The only price action you need to have now is going to be towards this little bottom section. That's the only thing we need to fulfill now. So like for instance, if you're looking at this screen, this should be a little bit easier to actually see now. This is going to be the 620 level, right? So this is the important level we were waiting for last week. We got it those 2 days right here. And then every other day, you just pretty much been in the sky. So today you can hold on 622 and start running up to a crazy high. That's also one trade that we have here. We could literally get some calls and then buy them around 622.07 and then literally be able to just hold them straight to 627. That's pretty much it. So we'll see if that's the best opportunity we have for ourselves here, meaning calls as soon as we open up. I'm just warning everybody, you got to be careful because it broke the wedge. You could technically continue to fall here. So as long as everybody's being careful, I mean, we shouldn't have a problem here. Should be pretty easy to deal with. I just want to see the market open down a little bit lower than where it's currently at, so we could sell our options at market fill. The puts that we were holding from Friday. Is anybody having problems viewing my stream? Or can everybody here see it? You can't see the stream? Got it. Alright, there we go, everybody. You should be able to watch the stream now. Just got to refresh it. All right, everybody, you could see my screen now, right? So this is what I wanted to show you. SPY actually ended up hitting 619 last night, and you pretty much just ran up $3. So you filled half of it. However, in my books, in my opinion, none of this counts as a fill. You have two different arrangement of gaps. One is from the closing price straight to today's opening price. The second arrangement of gaps is just simply going to be what this actually shows you, which is that little gap right there, 622.31 to 622.87. Since you filled half the gap right now, technically, you can actually see this market now fall back down and continue to drop out of the sky, hitting 618 and then starting to go right back up to fill the gap. If you just hold above 622 and you do not get below it, you're just going to run up into 624 and then 627. That's all that's going to occur here. So again, everybody, you're going to run up into 624, then 627. So the way you're going to play this is very simply, you're just going to see if it gets above this pink line here. And if it does manage to get above this pink line at the opening price and not get below it, you could see this continue to head all the way up here to 624. Plus the 200 moving average is above us. So we'll see if this is either going to be a ghost touch, heading straight down out the sky even more. Or we'll see if this is actually going to touch the 200. Because to get a ghost touch, you are required to basically jump around $1, which means we're going to probably hit the 200 at open. It's not required, I should say. But for today and the type of day that we want to see today, we truly just want to see the market crash out the sky. That's the main idea. SPY's been up here for too long, and you need to fall. So, I mean, that's really all. It's a simple idea. The only thing we had to make sure of is that as we're playing the midpoints, so remember with the other chart that I showed you, this chart right here, as you're playing with this yellow box right here in the middle, now it's the blue box. Actually, I'm gonna change to something else. Blue looks a little, we'll change it to orange. Okay, so inside of this orange box, you can very clearly see the midpoint. You could see how it broke out towards the top where I told everybody to buy puts. I told everybody, hey, if you don't get $4 above this last high, you're going to end up falling right back down below and gapping to the downside. So we predicted that on Thursday, going into Friday. And then on Friday, we pretty much had everybody buy the puts at the 200. We sold out of some of them, and we kept the rest of them. Those puts that we held, they're probably going to be up about 100% here. So we're just going to tap out those puts, sell at market order. And then, like I told you before, my first goal right now, just because of how weird that price action was, is to simply, I just want to fall out the sky here. I want to fall right back down to the low. That's so the first move I'm basically saying that I want is a drop to a new low. Once you get that new low, I then want to see the market continue to pick up, getting above the 200, and then potentially starting to go higher. Last week, as you all could see, when the market opened up, you fell below the 200 moving average, and then you just pretty much fell all day. It was a Monday. So this time, what I'm thinking is, since today is the 14th, right? It's a very important day. The reason why it's a very important day is because every 7 days, a market changes in terms of your trend. I don't know if you guys just heard my stomach. Ignore that. But like I was saying, every single time you hit a 7-day increment, the trends have an opportunity to change. And not just a small opportunity. It tends to be the exact timing that markets really do change directions on a bigger scale, like a monthly scale. So that's all I'm looking for right now. I want to see if this market is just going to put you right back above the 200, because instantly what that does is it tells you Monday's now different from last week, which is very important. Because then we'll be able to understand how Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday could be different this week from last week. Now, last week, you only really had two main entries from the top straight down to the bottom. And in all honesty, everybody, like I said to you before, if you get above 622, you could just play a cheap call for 627, 626. That wouldn't be a stupid idea. But just be careful, because this market is supposed to crash. So when you're hitting the fourth reversal point to the bottom, you're not going to really put too much capital in this market, just because you're understanding that it's going to crash. However, if we stay above 622, well, there you go. You can continue to play the calls right out open, or just wait for it to fall down a little bit, play calls at the bottom. Let's see, what else could we do here? So if you're above 622, that's calls. If you're below 622, you're going to most likely just fall down to that 619 low again, 618 low. After you hit 618, the market's most likely going to just start running right back up to fill the rest of the gap, if not just some of the gap. It doesn't need to necessarily fill all of it. It just needs to fill some of it. That's all you need, is just a little tiny fill. That's really it. All right, everybody. So how we're doing? What are you guys thinking right now? I was about to say, what does that sound? What just happened? Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Let's see. By the way, I put all the earnings is coming up in the next couple weeks on a screener for us so that we could just keep looking at all the stocks. They're gonna have their earnings soon. So unfortunately for Tesla, you're just creating a gap to the upside, which is not really what we want to see right now. It's positive, believe it or not, for us at least, because we have puts on Tesla. So this is actually going to work. It looks like it's going to work out better than it was before, just because you have the gap that goes against you. Now, if you have the price action that continues to slam you down and get very, speedy, you could honestly see Tesla falling straight down to 305 again. And that extra pressure can then lead into a greater gain for your contracts, which is kind of funny. The market going against you as soon as you buy your contracts is actually a positive thing. So like, let's say if I'm buying puts and the market's going against me instantly the next day, that's proper. That's what you want. Within a week, within a couple days, you want that extra momentum that was going against you to then get added to the market, where you end up being more profitable than you normally would have had the contract just went in your way the whole entire time. Does everybody see what I'm saying? So sometimes when your account goes down or your contracts, they just go really against you, 40%, 50%. The one thing you want to do, honestly, is just be patient. If there's still an opportunity to make money, and you can obviously see how things go in your favor, just take it slow. SPY is now going against the wedge. So again, whatever wedge you had at the bottom here, SPY is now going against it. Plus you're at the middle. So if you open up right here, I could definitely see you falling right back to the low here. Potentially out the box. Only thing is I'm not too sure if you're going to hit the low and hold. I think you might just go through it. Actually, let me see. Nvidia's holding very well. Let me see the crypto stuff real quick. $122. You're simply at the top of the 1/8. No, this is not the 1/4 or 1/8. This is no, this is the 1/4. Yeah. Oh yeah, because I doubled it. So it's stuck on the 1/4 point. We want to see if this is going to be able to run up to the 1/8 point. Or actually, it could just stop here. You're doing an equal reaction now, like down here. Next thing would be to fall straight down to 69,000. So yeah, you're probably going to fall now on Bitcoin. That was probably the last thing you needed. If you still go up higher than this, you're going to end up making a new high at 630 or 130 or 140. Something is generally just maybe around like 5,000-6,000 more higher than where we're at right now. Anything above 130K is absurd. That's not supposed to happen right now. It's supposed to happen in 2029. So if it's happening now, the one thing we want to do is just figure out what can happen after you have a higher high. Because again, it was following the same trajectory as over here, which was 2021. And now you're pretty much breaking up higher than it. So now Bitcoin's basically simply turning to the upside. So if you measure it like this, right, you just grab the lows, you're going to very quickly see how, if you go like this, the second Bitcoin gets in underneath any one of these lines, you're bound for a crash, basically. Let's see. Nvidia, Tesla, 313. Alright, let's go back to the SPY charts here. Okay. That's the weekly trend. You're bound to crash straight down to this next trend down here. 620.86. All right, everybody, it's time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. It's time to start planning. Make sure you're posting some of your ideas inside the chat, so we can actually look at some of these extra plays, some of these extra oversold stocks, or plays that just need a little bit of some extra price action to occur, and then we could hop in for a nice little run up, right? We just want something simple, you know? We're not trying to aim for the stars here. All right. Okay, so this is all nice. That's all good. Let's look at some of these contract values. This looks like a crazy movie. I gotta watch this. I never seen something like that. That looks good. Let's see, puts. Supply and demand zones, the purple one is basically right above us. Slightly right above us. So we're at the 50% point basically. So that means if we open up at the 50% point, you most likely are going to crash at the next 50% point, which means you could drop straight out the sky, straight down to potentially around 615. Or you might just run into 627. Yeah, today looks like it could be a big day. It does look like that. You're drawing closer and closer to a crazy move happening anyways. Okay, so how are we gonna trade those next options? So the first options we're gonna buy are gonna be around $30 to $40 each. The second options are most likely gonna be around $7 to $10 each. That one's gonna be the very risky trade because we're gonna do it towards the, I would say the second half of the day. It's gonna be a little bit harder, a little bit more risky. But yeah, that's all good. Oh, what about Coinbase? Jump pre-market? Yeah, we're not going to really pay attention to that. We're just going to wait. Just got to wait at this point. Target, I mean, honestly, for Target, you could see something explosive happen soon. Ulta. I'm trying to get this picture. This is like a really nice thumbnail. Okay. I'm looking at some other names off screen here, just to see if we could do anything else. There you go. Alrighty. Get ready. Couple seconds. Okay, so let's look at the option that we're gonna end up trading here. So again, we're gonna end up looking at the puts here. Okay, so I got some 618 puts. You guys already know the drill. You know what we're playing for. 618 is the puts that we're going to decide to play here. We want to see if this market could just fall out the sky and fall right back down to 618. That's the game plan. Our first goal, of course, is going to be to get 100%. After we get 100%, the next goal is going to be to basically get another 100% trade, but towards the end of the day. Try to not rush it for right now. So again, we're already up 21%. Not a bad trade. You could put your stop losses if you would like. Again, you're up 21% already. We'll give this market a second just to see if it wants to bounce a little bit here. But for now, I'm just going to hold these puts. All right, let's go ahead and copy and paste your supply. Not your supply, but your reversal points real quick. Yeah, there you go. So let's go ahead and grab this. Let's put this right at the opening price. Just like that, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you go ahead and make it a new group so it doesn't merge with all your other stuff. And then, next thing we're going to do here is simply just zoom in. Wait 10 minutes for our CS zone. And then, boom. That's really all. Okay, also, let me go ahead and go to my competition account. Let's see what stuff looks like on this side of the aisle. Yeah, that little just uptrend right there, right before the beginning of the day, just destroyed so much value. That's insane. The NVIDIA contracts are up another 21% here. So that's also kind of crazy. We're just going to hold it. See what this can get to. For Rocket Labs, you're starting to crash again, everybody. So far, a very big wick. 40% on the Rocket Lab trade. On the NVIDIA trade, we're just down $10. So we're just going to give this a little bit here. Give this a moment. Remember, what I'm aiming for is basically a new low past that 619 low. We already filled most of the gap here. Let me go ahead and show you this. Tesla's up to 322. So Tesla's getting bought up here. Let's see. Straight down to around 620, 619. Once we fall down to the bottom, I want to sell these options out at around, let me see. I want to sell these for, go here, edit this. So my first limit that I'm placing for these puts is going to be $60 each. Currently they cost around $20. I paid $16 each. Again, currently they cost around $20. So we're already up profiting. And I want to sell them for $60 each. That's the game plan. Alrighty, so the gap that you created last night, let me go ahead and show everybody. You just have a giant gap. I mean, it's kind of funny because since we opened up at the high, now the gap is pretty much still below you. So it's kind of funny. But yeah, we might just fill half of it and then start running right back up again. That could be the situation that's going to unravel here. We're going to hold tight. We're going to give it a moment. And let's see if this market can sell you off and bring you right back down to the low. Again, we're not going to rush into anything else. We're not going to sell out early. We're just going to patiently wait here. Just give it a second. Okay, we're up 40% here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're up 40%. Remember, this is just the first reversal point on the opposite side. The fourth reversal point is always your main target. Good morning, everybody. Whenever you post your gains, just make sure you can put a little note as to what you were thinking, what the idea was, what you could have done differently. If it failed and it didn't go in your direction, again, just write it down, take the notes. I want to see everybody's ability to take notes, because you understanding how to take notes, how to properly buy, how to properly sell, how to properly actually gauge your success, that's going to be the one thing that takes you from your current level and just pretty much brings you into that next playing field, you know, where you're actually able to understand things. You could trade a little bit differently, make profit consistently. It's only through notes. It took me basically, like I tell you guys every single time, around 2 years, 2.5 years to actually understand that. So it took me a long time to understand that it was just the note-taking ability that was terrible on my part. And when I started changing it, I started noticing all the patterns and all the little weird things that I wasn't really paying attention to before. So it was just like, now I'm able to actually see these things just by taking the notes. Because, you know, a week ago I would be like, Monday had a crazy moment where it ran up to the first reversal point, fell down to the next reversal point, and then ran up all day, let's just say. Today is one of those environments. Not today's one of those environments, but today's one of those situations where you can actually just get bought up to the new high. You could end up running all the way to the top, which is pretty much back to 627. So that was the one main idea. Since you just continue to crash from Thursday to Friday and Friday to Monday, which is kind of what we thought. We really want to be able to just simply see if this is just going to get sold off here. And then once you're at the low, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to buy some calls at 621 or 620. And that's pretty much all we're going to do for today. Everything else we're waiting for. Alrighty. Let's see what we got in store for ourselves today. The Coinbase put is starting to basically rocket into the sky here for some odd reason. Coinbase didn't really do nothing crazy, so yeah, we're not going to rush it. If we time this correctly, what's going to happen here is the whole entire Bitcoin market's going to end up flopping out the sky within the next 6 months, 5 months. So what I want you guys to be able to do right now is basically just have something on the board so that if this market crashes within 3 months, 2 months, a month, 6 months, you're able to just, with $30, $40, take out $600 of profit, $400 of profit. Of course, the one reason why many people don't end up trading like this or taking out $400, $500, $600 of profit normally is because everybody's a very short-term type of a trader. They all want to look at the fast 0-day moves, right? Just due to the fact that when you buy something that costs $16, $20, just like how I did today, there's a very good opportunity and possibility that this thing can go to like 200 each. So people, they become, you know, I guess very stuck. And what I mean by stuck is with the profit. Once you see how you can make money in a certain manner, you only want to make money in that manner. And that's pretty much the problem here. You don't want to make yourself make money the wrong way, because then every single day is going to be a very stressful day. That's if you don't know what you're doing, of course, which 90% of people, it takes them at least 2-3 years before they can even actually understand what's going on. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the reason as to why. Everybody just looks short term. And because they look so much into the short term and not the long term, they can never properly build anything. That's pretty much all. So if you want to properly build, just make sure that you're not looking at just the short term. You need to look at the weekly, the monthly, look at the yearly, and try to be able to depict a situation where the market's either one, crashing out the sky, or two, running up into a new high, right? That's kind of how you should be looking at stuff. Just create two different ideas, one for upside, one for downside, and then eventually you'll understand how to create something for the middle. That's all you have to do every single day. Again, create an idea for upside, create an idea for the downside, and in doing so, you'll be able to create everything in between. So we're falling below reversal point number 1 here. Once we hit reversal point number 2, we're going to put our stop losses on these contracts. We should be up over 100% by that point. Remember, we're going to hop out these calls, or the puts. We're going to give the market maybe like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. And then we're going to hop back into the calls. But we're just going to give it a moment. Because if this market gets too bearish, we're going to have to tap out of here and run away. We're up 50% now, everybody. So if you want to put your stop loss and take your gain here, I would respect it. We're up $80, $100. So we're up 70%, 80%. Keep it going. Okay, now we're going to start selling out of our contracts. I'm up 100% here. %, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. So we finished our first primary goal for today. We turned this $270 account straight to $400, just like that. So the second trade we're gonna do is gonna be in a little bit later. Honestly, not right now. We're not gonna rush into it like we told you. If you still have your puts, please either 1, stop out, or 2, put a stop loss. You're already up a crazy amount. That was my easiest 100% in like the last week. So it was perfect how we caught that. And remember, the only reason why we caught that was mainly because we knew the market was going to sell you off to the price action that pretty much opened you up right around 4 a.m. And the only reason why I knew this, and this is where the note taking kind of comes into play here, everybody. I want you to take out your notepad, take out your phone, regardless of what it is. The only reason why I knew this was going to happen was because I was staring at Monday last week, right? I was doing it last night. So I was staring at Monday last night, right around like 3 a.m., 1 a.m. And I was like, you know what? It wasn't 3 a.m., by the way. I knocked out way before then. So it was like around 1 a.m., 2 a.m. And I was looking at this here, and I was just like, all right, so right here, you ran up, then fell straight down, then ran up, and then the rest of the week, you continue to run up. What about the Monday before that? So I kept going, and I saw this Monday here, and I was just like, all right, you fell down, then you ran up into the price action that pretty much opened you up. What about the Monday previous to that? So you keep going. The Monday previous to that was at a low. It was when you were falling out the sky already. You decide to run up first, then you slam straight out the sky, going right back into the bottom bit. And remember, this price action is basically your pre-market move. So because of the pre-market price action, you just kept attaching yourself to it, wanting to touch it before you just blew up in the opposite direction. The only reason why the market does this is because you have a lot of momentum shifting in one direction. And as soon as it shifts into one direction, meaning as soon as you make a new low of the pre-market, the contracts can actually finally start going up crazy. Because remember, what we're trading right now is contracts. We're not trading stocks. So the way the contracts move is when you actually finally make that new low, the calls to go up because you're making a new low, they get really cheap right around this little piece right here. The contracts start disintegrating themselves. So usually that's what you need to see in order for the market to actually snap up. That's why I'm thinking that this market's going to probably drop a little bit more here, because the way you just ran up right there was so purposeful. They literally just opened you up, made it so that you didn't really gap down and you didn't have no value. And then they just threw you right back in that direction anyways. Because what's going to happen is people are going to sell their contracts, you know? They're not going to want to deal with this. They're going to be stressed out. They're going to be like, yo, I held this contract from Friday. It was up. It was at 619. They're going to get very angry. They're not going to understand how to control it, you know? So that's why you want to just tap out at certain moments. Like, for instance, if I go back to reversal chart number 2, everybody, I'm sorry if I'm talking too much very quickly now. I just want to be able to give you guys all the extra information you need. So again, the first reason why I knew the market was going to collapse here was because you ran up and you basically lost all the value from last night. Which means you have two types of traders. One trader is going to instantly sell their contracts out at open. The second trader is going to buy more puts. We're that second trader because we knew the market has potential to go down more because it went up so high into the sky. So there's this bearish tilt that's attached to the market right now. Basically is the idea. So if you're playing calls, calls are a little bit harder to play right now because of how much you ran up. All you need to do for calls is just recognize the midpoint. And what is the midpoint, ladies and gentlemen? Let me hear you say it loud and clear. What is the midpoint, ladies and gentlemen? Can everybody see it? I want to see what you guys are saying. You got to be able to remember this, because you knowing the midpoint is you telling me that you understand how to move. Like, move around it. You understand? You know how to play it. You get how to trade it. You know what you need to do. I mean, we literally could just buy the same puts. You know that, right? We could buy the same. That's wild. But remember, this market could run all the way up to reversal point number 2. So what I think we should do right now is let the market trend. Nobody hop into nothing. Don't hop into a put at the same location you just played puts from. Especially so early. It is not a good idea, to say the least. So for those of you who are waiting for that next trade, again, do not rush it. Just let the market trend. Swear to God, if you... The bunny makes me paranoid now. Every single time she jumps on the bed, because she peed on the damn bed the other day. You gets me worried. So not roadblocks. I don't know why I always call Rocket Labs roadblocks. I don't know what the problem is. It's probably the tickers. But Rocket Labs, let's go ahead and look at that company real quick. This is the space company that ran up into the sky, and we're actually trying to time the downtrend on it right now. So it's a little bit harder than normal because we don't normally trade space stocks. We're trying to learn how to trade them right now. So just like how we traded SPY, we got to pretty much run it through a bunch of tests, see how much contracts can run up, see how much we're starting to lose, right? So I'm going to hold this contract for a little bit longer here. There's no reason to get rid of it. Where is the company? Did I delete it? RKLB. There it is. All right, let's just go ahead and zoom out real quick for everybody, just so you all can see what I see. Let's go on the 4 hour. And the first thing you're going to notice is Rocket Labs pretty much ran up into such a crazy high that you're at the new 1/4 point. So remember, this is the 1/4 point right here. That's 1-4. And this is with DARP. So if nobody knows what I'm talking about right now, again, the trading style you see on my screen right now is one of my favorite trading styles that we created here. It's called DARP, right? And the idea with it is basically to use ranges from the past to then understand what's going to happen in the future. And it works every time. That's the 1/4 point. That's the 1/2 point. When you pretty much hit the 1/4 point, you fell down instantly. And that's why you're stuck right here right now. So if you guys want, you could run back a put. If everybody wants to hop into a put here, it's a pretty good idea, honestly. If you're a brand new trader, should you hop into a put here? Unless it's paper trading, no. If it's paper trading, okay. But if it's anything but that, then obviously no. I would not want you trading that. So right now for our challenge account, we're up 17,000 on the NVIDIA put. The NVIDIA put, as you can see, everybody, you fell straight down to 162 here. So this is pretty nice so far. It's going pretty good. We just got to patiently wait here. See if we can watch NVIDIA fall right back down to potentially 158, 155. Since we are up over 10,000 though, we could just put a stop loss here. If not, how much capital do I have? We'll just let this rock, honestly. I'm not going to touch it. I'm just going to let it sit. Let's see how much money we can make from it. The next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to look at Tesla trades. Again, for those of you who are brand new, for those of you who are not seasoned traders, which takes you about a month to become seasoned, as long as you're taking notes properly, that is. Nobody should be trading anything but SPY unless you're paper trading. You guys got that? So the only company you guys should be trading is SPY, because that's the only company where I can actually articulate an easy way for you to profit daily, no matter what it looks like. With other stocks, it's a little bit harder because, again, I trade them less. Of course, we could probably trade them perfectly. That's not to say that we can't trade anything. However, there's a time and place for everything. And right now, I do not want you guys trading anything else because it's just going to stimulate you. That's pretty much all it's going to do for you. And remember, the only reason why people fail while trading is because they get overstimulated. Like the market gets too aggressive, it gets too crazy, it gets too wild, and they're just like, you know what? I'm good off of this. I'm not even about to do this right now. And I swear on you, I swear to everything I love, that's the only reason why people do bad, is because they give up on themselves. As long as you don't give up on yourselves and you consistently wait for the 4th, 3rd, 5th reversal points, and you're not being impatient, it's always going to work in your favor. Take, for example, that first trade we got into. You're already basically right back up to break even. So that means for those of you who are holding it, you're now starting to lose money, is the idea. So make sure you always take your profit. Always take your profit. That's the only way you're actually going to build your account steadily every single day. All right, you guys get the next idea, which is to trade Tesla. Paper traded, of course. Let's look at the chart real quick. 5 minute. Okay, so right now what I'm going to decide to do is Tesla's earnings is in 4 days. So this is going to be the first time I ever do this. But this is what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to buy some 270 puts for Tesla that expire in 18 days. Because I'm thinking Tesla's going to fall from the sky here. Now, this could be incorrect. So for those of you who would like to play the calls on the paper trading account, that's perfectly fine with me. You could do that as well. There's various ways to make money with the market. You know, we don't all have to go in the same direction. So never forget that. Okay, so I got my Tesla puts here. They cost $260. They expire in 18 days. Now we're going to let that rock. Stop going in that box. If you fuck up that box, it's going to be a problem, Missy. The cat's just tearing everything apart here. So NVIDIA's up 20K now. Again, I just bought my Tesla puts, so let's go look at Tesla. Let me show you guys why I did that. So the reason why I bought the puts on Tesla was because you hit 320. Now you're at 316. So I simply want to see you fall straight down to around 308. After you fall to 308, I then would like to see you fall straight down to 280 flat. 280 is exactly where I want to see Tesla next. Once we hit 280, we're then going to buy some calls down here. So that's the game plan right now, ladies and gentlemen. That is the game plan. We're up 25,000 on Nvidia now. So for those of you who still are holding the Nvidia puts, keep on holding. Keep on holding it. If you would like to take profit because you need that money, go ahead and take it. But if you don't need that money right now and you could sacrifice whatever it is that's in the trade, if it doesn't go your way, go ahead and do it. I think it's a very good idea because I think this market's going to collapse from the sky here. I think very shortly you're going to see this at 130 or 140. So if you could hold these puts and get rid of the temptation to sell, because remember, there's a right time to sell everything. The biggest problem that I see with most traders is that they get frustrated because they don't know when to sell. So one time they sell and the market, continues to go into their direction the whole entire week. The next week they decide to not sell, the market instantly reverses on them and they're negative while they're trading. That's the psychological war that a trader has to deal with. So what you have to understand is the key elements to pay attention to and the key elements to basically avoid. So there's things you should avoid and there's things you should pay attention to. And one of the things you should avoid is selling out of your contracts early when you're basically in the sky. So when you run up for a couple weeks and a couple months, you do not want to sell your contracts early. You want to be holding these contracts for a couple weeks because you want to get into the flow. Meaning you want to buy something for $30 to $60 and you want to have the possibility and the opportunity to sell that contract at 600, 700, 800. You don't have to put $1,000 into this market to make $1,000. You could just put 100 and you'll still make 1,000 as long as it's a good play. It's just you have to be patient. You have to chop up the charts. And it's a little annoying, honestly. It's very repetitive. And that's the reason why people just don't do what we do here. Because it takes a lot of work. It really does. But when you actually want it and you make it happen and you do the work, I mean, just look at how fluent and how easy it is, right? Take a look at Tesla. Take a look at the first SPY put that we bought into. Take a look at the Nvidia trade that we're basically making some money on now. Everything is profitable. And that's all we want to pay attention to, because the second I go negative here, I want to understand why and how I could have basically just did it better. How I could have did it better. What I did that was bad. And just try to build. That's all you're doing here. Just try to build from your previous level and add more knowledge on top so that you become more confident. That's the only reason why you'll be able to instantly buy stuff at a certain price and not wait. You ever had one of those situations where like the market was doing something crazy and you were like, all right, I'm going to buy at that point. And that point happens so quickly that you get scared. And when it's at the level that you said you were going to buy, you just don't buy because you want to wait a little bit more now. But remember, it was in your plans. So now you're going against your plans. And if that trade ends up going into the direction you thought, you're just going to beat yourself up and make an enemy of yourself. Remember, do not make an enemy of yourself. Every single person in this room does it. Every single person on, social media does it. We all make enemies of ourselves. And that's the last thing you want to do here, because your gut response is not going to want to help you. It's not going to be in your favor. As long as you can, not beat yourself down too much over any trade, you're going to be able to monumentally build very quickly, It's just basics. I was going to say it's just basic science, but it's not really even science at that. I would say it's just basic psychology. You just got to stick to it. Stick to it, stick to it, stick to it. Don't give up. Understand that there's no possible way that this can't happen besides you being successful. Success is nothing but a byproduct of what we do around here. Just us living and breathing, we know we're going to be successful. And as long as you really feel like that, and you don't tell yourself, nah, yeah, I'm not that successful. I can't do this. I can't do that. As long as you don't talk to yourself like that, you actually end up doing it. Like before I was a good trader, I used to tell myself every single day, I'm the best trader in the world. I'm the best trader in the world. And was I? 100% I wasn't at the time. But it was me having that, you know what I mean, that belief that eventually led me to this level now. Where literally life feels like a dream. When you can trade like this and you can go to any country, you can go to any place around the world and literally make whatever money you spent for that trip within a day or two, you know, life is obviously, it becomes different. And that's what I want for people, is I want people to feel that life, because when you do, all your problems, all your worries and everything just starts to disappear. You start becoming healthier all of a sudden. You start becoming happier. Your family starts healing all of a sudden. It's like everything starts going in your favor. And it's only when you start believing it will. So good luck, everybody. You got this. Come on now. You guys are the best traders in the world. Hope you understand that. Sherman, Hoover, AC, Meech, Johan, Miss Michelle, Mansa, John, Culinary. How we doing, family? How's everybody's weekend? You guys didn't do nothing crazy, right? You still don't have no internet at home? See, we need to get you a Starlink. That's what we need. What service provider do you have? Zitto? I've never... Sounds like a Pokemon. I never heard of that before. Zitto. They don't have like... I mean, Verizon's probably a little much. But no, it's not. It's only like $40, I think. Like $30, $40. How much is Zitto? Is it around the same price? I think Starlink cost. Let's see how much Starlink costs, actually. Starlink price. So it ranges from $80 to $220 per month. And then how much is the initial cost? Can you don't play with the wire before you get electrocuted? So it costs $120 per month, and then includes unlimited data. And then you have one at $50 per month for 50 gigabytes of data. But it's not for your phone, or that's for, let's see here. Residential is $80, and then roaming for RVs, campers, and working on the go. See, this is what we need to get later on. Because remember, in a couple months, you guys are going to be coming with me around the world trading while viewing different places. I think I want to do that for at least 6 months to 3 months. Of course, you don't have to stay with me for 3 months. You could just go to one of them and then come back like 2 weeks later for another trip. It's whatever you guys can do. It's not going to be a forceful type of thing, of course. But it's going to be awesome because the way I teach in person, I'm sure you all understand. Me teaching over, Discord and over a screen is one thing. If I could show you in person how to trade live, that's a whole different story. And I feel like you would actually become much better, much quicker. So that's honestly the only thing that's on my mind right now is how can I make you guys get insanely good, insanely fast? And it's definitely by teaching in person. Like I could probably teach a person in within an hour, everything I would teach them over Discord within like a week, 2 weeks. And I'm talking about an hour a day of talking to them. So that's significantly less time. All right, let's take a look at SPY. It looks like SPY is doing something funny here. I love how we caught that, by the way, everybody. We caught that beautiful downside drop right there. We instantly turned $130 into $270, I think. So now the whole entire account's at $400. That 270 that we have, the goal before the end of today, ladies and gentlemen, there's one goal that I have. before we end the day today. I want to turn that 270, which is now cash. It's unsettled cash, so it's going to be dangerous to trade, because let's say if I get into a trade and the trade is just negative, I'll never be able to sell it, basically. So my next trade could be my last, basically. Just so you can all understand the gravity that comes with trading 0 days, my next trade could be my last for today. It might just destroy the whole account. Or, because we waited and we were patient, we're going to get to that next level. We're going to take 270 and take it into like $450, $500 in total. So then our whole entire account is going to be around 700. And boom, as long as we could do that, we're done for today. That's my only goal right now, is to take that 130. I already doubled it. So technically I just need one more double for today. And then we're up 400% in a single day. And if you look at my calculations here, if I have $130 and I go up 400% per day for 5 days in a row, I'm going to have 400K by the end of the week. I'm already almost at 650, so we're already almost at our goal. So let me see. If I double 270, that's going to be around... Plus, how much do I have in other holdings? I have Coinbase for $30, Nvidia for $70, and then Rocket Labs for $30. So that's 100. That's 130. So then you would add 540 plus 130, and I'm gonna have $670. So if I just double my account one more time, I'm gonna be meeting my goal by the end of the day, which is just $660. Wait, actually, it's 650. Damn, I can't see no more. That's terrible. I can't see the screen no more. I'm gonna need some glasses soon. Hopefully, no. Hopefully, I would burn my eyes with lasers before I get glasses. This is not to offend anybody with glasses. I lose them all the time, and that's not gonna be a good idea for me. I'm gonna be blind 90% of the day. Remember, we're just waiting at this point. Nobody's getting into another trade. First trade, the universe just rewarded us with a huge blessing. Let's see if this next trade, the universe can reward us again. I know the universe is only going to reward us if we buy at the proper time. So as long as we don't rush this, I know we're going to get rewarded. That's just how it works. Success is nothing but a byproduct of what we do around here. Remember, keep saying that in your head. Success is nothing but a byproduct of what we do here. You could look at the failures, you could look at the depressing stuff, you could look at the bad stuff, but every single time when you just pay attention to that positive stuff, your whole entire life just changes. Every single time. You just got to believe in it. Don't say it and then you don't believe it, right? You got to believe in it. I know it sounds a little childish the way I'm referring to it, the way I'm talking about it. I get it. You guys may not want to hear that in that fashion, but if everybody was talking like this, we would have a true understanding of how people could just, be nothing but successful all the time. A lot of people, they just really give up on themselves because they don't know any better. It's not their fault. You can't blame a person that does bad. You can't even blame a person that tries to hurt you, because at the end of the day, they're hurting you for a reason because they don't know. So you just have to make people understand, not catch feelings, allow people to learn, allow people to grow, and become the best version that they could be, because in turn what's going to occur is the universe is then going to start blessing you. So again, take it very slow. Do not rush it. Do not be impatient. When you're impatient, you're basically telling the universe, go screw yourself. That's what you're doing. So that's why you always get, bad trades around those random times, because it's just like, and you might call me crazy from, by saying that, but I'm telling you, when you get into a trade because you were impatient, the universe will always make you learn your lesson. How's everybody doing with their trade so far? That was a really nice trade off the gate. So far, everybody's up 100%. Is that correct? Or is that wrong? Let me know, you guys. What's good, everybody? Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. You guys went outside to feel that fresh air? Get a little bit of that sun? Remember, once you made some money, what I advise you to do is just literally run outside and just go work out. Take care of your health, everybody. You can't be sitting down all day staring at the screen, just killing yourself even though you're making this money. Because what's gonna happen is we're gonna end up having all this money, and we're gonna be blind, or have health problems, or, you know what I mean? Then there's gonna be no purpose for the money. So just take care of yourself right now, everybody, please. Let me see what's going on here. No, yeah, John, I like the way you're doing your note-taking. If anybody would like to see how John's doing his notes, let me go ahead and show you real quick. So this is how John's doing his notes. He's basically, so he has a whole entire grid at the top. He's listing what type of setup it was. So for John, for today, what you could say is the setup that we have for the puts was a B setup. That's what I would call today's trade. It wasn't an A setup because you weren't at the fourth reversal point. That's the only way that you could logically say any trade was an A plus setup or A setup. Anything that's not the fourth reversal point is simply a B or a C setup. I was going to call it a C setup, but the reason why I did not call it a C setup is because we know the market ran up a lot the last couple weeks because of all the news, the political stuff. We know this week is going to be CPI. So we know there's going to be a lot of moves this week. The market's going to get very speedy this week. With all the news, it's definitely going to get crazy. So just due to that, when you add on top of it the idea of last Monday and the Monday before, you then get a situation where everything was pointing towards the downside at that moment. So because you had a bunch of things that were adding up, it turned it from a C setup to a B setup, basically, for the puts that we hopped into today for 618. Normally, you guys never see me enter into a put like that. We got 8 contracts at the open at the that little area, and normally we never do that. The only reason why we did do that was because we saw the opportunity, which was just to fall down a little bit, let the market trend. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, we'll lose the whole entire account. So be it. We'll build it right back up again. We learned our lesson. We need to understand why we lost, what we could have done differently. So like, let's just say if that trade never went our way, right? What if it went against us and we went up instead and I was just down $60, $70? What we would have done is basically we would have waited for number 2 and then averaged down on those trades. If we cannot average down because I used all the money in that first trade, the only thing I would be basically be doing here is I would then get a call on top of number 2 to then run up to 4. Now, the reason why I'm saying to get into a call when I just said I used all my money was because we still have holdings in other plays. We have $70 in Nvidia, we have $30 in Coinbase, and we have $40 in Rocket Labs. So with just that extra 140, I'll be able to make back the 130 I lost. But the way I'm going to go about doing it would have been to play the calls from number 2 to number 4, just like the rules state in the top right. Got that, ladies and gentlemen? So pay attention to these rules, and if you don't have them on your screen, I'm going to move all the way up here to the top. And I want you guys taking a picture of my screen, please, going onto your trading view, and then adding this onto your chart. So that's the one thing I want you doing here. So how many 100% trades do we need to get in total? Let me see this real quick. This is kind of funny. So in total, for me to get to 400K within 5 days, I need to have two 100% trades a day. So that's just 10 100% trades. 10 100% trades. That's it, everybody. That is all. So we got one down, 9 more to go. It's like you're watching a NBA, NBA star try to get 10 threes in a row. That's what that feels like. You know that, right? It honestly feels just like that. Because as long as you have enough experience and you practice enough and you went to training enough and you got that form down, it just happens. It just goes right in like a magnet. So, Miss Michelle, what are you having trouble with not understanding? So you said a 618 put at $20. Yes. So basically, what happened was I bought a 618 put, and as soon as I bought into it, it was up around 30%, 20%, but then it kept going back to break even. So as long as everybody paid attention to my price, which was $16, I bought each one. I told everybody that it's at 20 right now. It then went right back down to break even. So you had about a minute or two to get in. These are the quick trades. This is the reason why I don't want a majority of people trading this, because unless you already know how to trade quickly back and forth, it would have basically probably went against you. You said, do I charge to teach? That is correct. So usually every single month, what we do is we have a little situation where we basically see all the people who are inside the Discord. We check all their notes. We check to see if every single day they've been making at least 100 per day. And at that point, at the end of every month, I basically create a list of people that are in the Discord that need more help than others. So off of performance and off of notes, off of the things I see that you basically post, it then allows me to then teach you at a higher rate, put more meetings on the board, set up more time with you. But to answer your question, yes, I do teach. And then that's how I go about basically teaching you when you're here. If you're trying to find out how much it costs, you could just visit the Patreon and you could take a look around. Take a look around, see what applies to you. And yeah, good luck, all right? I hope you got that first trade, by the way. The only way I want people joining is if they're making money. I don't want you spending money unnecessarily for something. Which is why I usually tell people, do not buy the TradingView premium thing until you're profiting. So give it like a week or two, even if you're brand new. Do not pay for nothing. Try to keep your costs to a minimum, And then when you think you need the extra help and you made some extra profit, then boom, let's do it. So you said these are at 12 and are not showing up the same percent. What do you mean by these are at 12 and are not up the same percent? Got it. Got it. I understand what's going on now. No, it's all good. You just take your time. Just take your time. You can't paper trade options. So what I want you to do is go into your Webull on your phone. It's a little bit easier to paper trade on Webull. It's honestly a lot easier. It's not just a little bit easier. The way you go about paper trading on your phone is I'll go ahead and screen record it for you. So just give me one moment. Let me screen record it. Okay, so you're going to go here. Then you're going to click this. And then you're going to see paper trade right there. And then you're going to be able to see your options here. as you can see, if you need to reset it, you'll be able to click that little button right there and then do that. And then when you're trying to trade it, you would basically go to paper trade, then you would go to the company, select SPY, go to options, click an option that you want to buy, and then you basically just put how many you want to buy, and then you click options paper trade right there. Okay, so now let me send you this video. Oh no, so I was basically screen recording it on my phone because I can't connect my phone to my computer. I probably could find a way to do that, honestly, but nah, yeah, I just never did that yet. That could be a good idea, though, if we could find out a way to connect my phone, because the way I trade on my phone, that's basically how I learned how to trade. It was just through my phone while watching the computer screen, so that I didn't have to go like back and forth and stuff. Yeah, so honestly, the way I teach is I would prefer to teach individuals who actually have no experience, because with people that have experience with the stock market, because they're always trying to use their past experiences to help them going into the future, which is, it's just like survival, right? You got to do that. That's the smartest thing to do. So I don't blame them for doing that, but the problem is usually when they take in information from another source and they try to bring it here, because that other source usually didn't put that much time into, you know, perfecting their craft, it ends up being a situation where you're following somebody that only put like 20, 30 hours into the market, or is watching a random YouTube video and then making a YouTube video on that to then explain to you how you should do things. So they really can't explain nothing. It's not going to be consistent. If you try to trade how they say, you know, how they told you to trade, you're going to end up having a lot of failures, and it's just not going to go your way. Eventually, that's what's going to happen. Now, of course, there's a lot of good people out there that know what they're doing. There's a lot of smart people that know how to trade, but a lot of people, they don't really want to share information. They just want to keep it to themselves because, yeah, that's pretty much how people are, honestly. So with me, the one thing you'll understand and see is that just me showing you one of my 50 trading styles that I've created myself, you're going to be able to be widely profitable with just one of them. And then when you merge together all my trading styles over the course of a month or two, what's going to occur is that you're going to feel like you're limitless. You're going to feel unstoppable, because you're going to see how every single day is the same puzzle. It just happens a little bit differently. It's the same like contents. It's just scrambled every day. And you got to put together the puzzle. That's all you had to do with any single stock. Truly. That's how you know, like, let's just say SPY just crashes $20 out the sky, right? How do we play it? It's going to be every $4 or $5. The reason why I know that is because throughout the last 3 years, watching SPY move in a, you know, gigantic way here and there, what I've noticed was in those large moves, when you're doing something wild and crazy, there's always a pattern. There's always something that's consistent. And tracking it down was the hard part. But at the same time, it really wasn't. Because listen, all you got to do right now, ignore what's going on with the current price action and literally just scan the whole entire stock market. Just every single day, look at how much you ran down, how much you consolidated for, from what time to what time, where was the low, where was the high. There's so many notes that one could take. And truly, for me, I didn't know where to begin. So where I did begin was I started basically measuring the ranges every single day. And I started noticing that every single day, it's actually a very similar range from the last day. And not only that, but your biggest range that week, for instance, this range right here, the weekly range, which was from this day up here to this day down here. You see how you're still respecting it right now? Remember, I told everybody in the morning, if you hold 622, what's going to occur is you're just going to run right back up to another high. Possibly even running up to the highest high. Right now, you're just consolidating. So if the market falls out the sky here, honestly, I could definitely see it happening, but we're not going to play it. We're not going to play it. We're going to avoid it. We're going to be patient here. Remember, the first trade already worked out within the first 10, 15 minutes. So there's no need for us to rush a single thing. Everybody's on the same boat. My main want for every single person that can listen to me right now and hear me is I want you to be very comfortable. I want you to just take things very slowly. So that's no problem, Miss Michelle. So again, we went over the reason as to why we hopped into that put. The reason was just because of the weekly ranges, because of how last Monday moved, because of how Friday moved, as well as the way you opened up, the way you just ran up into a crazy high at the open, just to then get dropped straight back into the previous range is something that we were looking for. So that was pretty much the exact idea. Now, the only problem was you have a bunch of support below you. So the reason why I told everybody to get out those contracts at $33 instead of $60 was because there was way too many things below us they could have basically held and killed those contracts. So basically, the market makers basically sent the market up. When they sent the market up, it created a bunch of bittersweet moments with a bunch of traders because they saw how much the market fell down pre-market. And it only did that because it was bearish. Now, what happens is the market got shut down. The people who were playing puts, they got very angry. They sold out open. Because they were selling out open en masse, you then got that nice little drop from the top right back down to the bottom because everybody was just trying to get rid of their contracts. As soon as people got rid of their contracts, you basically just held at a previous range from pre-market, which was right next to the gap. So you basically just filled the gap from last night. And yeah, that was pretty much all you did. You just filled the gap from the opposite direction. That was very weird. I've never seen a gap get filled like that, ever. Like, it literally opened up above the gap and then fell down on top of it. And I told everybody what the market was going to do was basically fall down on top of 621. Does that make sense? So it's kind of like a lot of... It is, right? It's so weird. This is the weirdest gap I've ever seen, ever, by far. I don't... Like, this thing just looks confusing. Looking at this, that's why I was telling you guys, like, it's probably going to start filling most of this stuff down here because on TradingView you don't even get this chart. I don't know why TradingView's charts are different. I don't know why they're doing this, but TradingView's charts does not look like this. You did not hit 619. So yeah, that's just a little upsetting to me because if I didn't notice Webull, right? If I didn't notice Webull had those gaps below us and we went that low, I would have not told you guys to play those puts. We would have did something else. It was only once I've noticed that we were basically just trying to run up and unfairly fill this gap in this range where I was just like, you know what? This looks very bearish still. This looks like something you normally do in a bearish market. And we obviously know that this is a bearish market. Or this is going to turn into a bearish market because of how fast you ran up. So it's like a lot of psychological stuff. It's a lot of you putting yourself inside of other traders' shoes to try to understand, like, hey, if you had to put over here at the end of the day, how would have you felt if the next day the market did this BS to you, right? You would be very unhappy right now. And once that occurs, people start making mistakes. So it's like if you can get somebody... If you could press somebody's buttons just a little bit, you can then get them to react to you or whatever you want them to react to because you're pressing their buttons. And when they are in the act of reacting, they're not in their proper mindset. So psychologically, they can't execute to their, latest potential. Let's just say if they're the greatest trader in the world, they can't unlock that greatest potential because now they're getting emotional. So that's what I think market makers be doing. That's how I think markets move, is it moves in a way to psychologically destroy you. Literally, the market wants war with you. Mental warfare. So, as long as you never get, emotional, you should be good here. Nothing should really change with your success. It should just be the same thing every day, Nice 100% trade, then we wait a little bit. Once this hits the fourth reversal point or the third reversal point, we go ahead and buy another trade, and then boom. Right now, the market's moving just really slow right now, so it's a little bit unfortunate. Just a little unfortunate. So what you want to do, Miss Michelle, is you want to go inside of my Discord, and I'm going to send you a note. It's inside of the notes channel, so if you scroll up to the top and you see how everybody takes their notes, we're going to go ahead and read through everybody's notes from last night. Thank you guys for posting your notes so late. I appreciate that. Because when you post your notes at night, and then you post your notes again the next day, you can see how the market moved and changed, and you would have had it documented. The reason why that's important is because now with you just reading your text of how you traded, you could actually find the ways to trade the next day better. So you could be like, wait a second, if I would have waited an extra 5 minutes, I would have got a contract a little bit cheaper. That contract then would have went up 100%, when initially I was only up 30%, which is why I didn't sell it in the first place. So if I had bought it a couple minutes after, I would have been able to sell it for 100% sooner without having to, fight it and go back and forth. So then you just write down that note. The next day you basically take that into account, and you start building like a robot where every day it's actually monumentally getting better, just like an AI. Can you please stop hopping inside my drawers? She keeps trying to hop inside the 5-drawer chest. And she wants to get stuck in there or something. So I'm sending you the notes right now, Miss Michelle. Just give me 1 second. That was a water. Let's just give it a second. I'm trying to scroll to the top. There's so many notes here. So again, with the first trade today, we made 100%, $130, $100 per day, just like we want. The next thing I want to do is make another 100% trade, which will take this $270 that I have, because I doubled it, and it would take it to around 540, something like that, something around there. I might be doing math a little wrong there. I'm still scrolling with my finger. All right, let me just go on the computer and do it here. Yeah, this is way faster than the phone. Alrighty. Okay, so I sent you... Remember, if you go to the silo trades category, so you had asked me yesterday, where should you be looking for my trades when you're on the Discord? You should be looking for them in the silo trades category or the leap category, but they're all in the same section. So all my trades are in the same section with the leaps and with everything else. You just got to look for the heading that says trades, pretty much. That's all. It says all trades by it when you look at the Discord and you scroll down a little bit. And then in that note that I just sent you right now, what I want you to do is basically, I want you to read through it. And I want you to basically see how you could start writing your notes just with that piece of text right there. Because once you write your notes from what I just sent you, you'll be able to actually monumentally, steadily grow without self-sabotaging anything. It's impossible to self-sabotage when you have this structure. Because remember, that's your greatest enemy right now, is you. Your greatest enemy is always going to be yourself, especially when it comes to the trades, when it comes to the patience. It's all just going to be you. So as long as you try the best you can and you buy at the best moments possible, there we go. That's all we need to do here. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. How's the supply and demand zones? You ran up, you almost touched the purple one, and then you fell out the sky. Now you're stuck on this orange supply and demand zone. So if we could probably run up into this purple one, honestly, I'm not going to lie to ya, this is probably going to be our best trade today. As long as we could run into that purple one right there. Because then we could buy some puts right around this area here. And just literally play the downside, going right back down to the opening price. Or falling down on top of the 200 moving average. Remember, this happened last week, ladies and gentlemen. On Tuesday, when you actually fell, on Monday, you fell below the 200. And then on Tuesday, you consolidated next to it. So today, we're not really falling below the 200 moving average, you know. We could still fall below it. I agree with you. But at the same time, if you look at it with, you know, a careful lens, the one thing you're going to start to see here is that the 200 moving average is now starting to curve right back up. So because the 200 moving average, that red line right there, so let's say if I hide everything, right? Now everybody could see my screen and you can understand what's going on here. That red line right there is now starting to curve up a tiny bit, slightly. So because of that, you might get a situation where you're now going to hold on top of the 200 moving average. That's what I want to see develop here. Is again, I want to see you move on top of the 200 and then start to run up higher. And then once we run up higher, we'll then see what's our next trade going to be. For now, we had a really nice first trade. The market's still dramatically going up and down. So of course, there's a lot of money to be made here. But we're not interested in it because any of these trades are not proper trades, everybody. The only reason why we got into a trade was because it was off the opening price, as well as because you ran up very quickly, like right before the market opened up. So it was a situational thing, basically. Like tomorrow, we're most likely not going to trade the opening price. Just so everybody knows, you don't have to wait for that. You don't have to be prepared for that. Last week, Monday, we did the same thing we did today, which was kind of cool. Last week, Monday, we did the same thing as we did today. We played puts. We told you about the puts before the market opened up. And that was pretty much it. We just did the same exact thing. There's nothing that was really different now that I think about it. The only thing that was different was that we sold it already, you know, of course. Last time we kept holding it. That was probably the only thing that was different. Anybody want to trade any new names? Let me know what you guys are thinking back there. Let's take a look at Tesla. I forgot I had the challenge account. Let's see what's going on with the Tesla trade. Let's see if we're profitable here. So on the Tesla trade right now, we're just down just a few $100s, 2%. We're going to sell these contracts probably tomorrow is what I'm thinking. Tomorrow, if not, maybe Wednesday. Nvidia's running up a tiny bit. Futures is getting stuck at a very nice price. Tesla still looks very negative. Rocket Labs, what in the world? What in the world? What's going on over here? Let's see something real quick. Alrighty. Let's wait for Tesla. Let's see anything else that we could trade. Let's look for it. By the way, I kind of went a little crazy last night, everybody. I already told you this in the morning. I'm pretty sure you already heard me. But I now have watch lists for every single sector that we ever will need. Space, semiconductors, biotech, everything we're going to need for the next 5-10 years here. It's already all here. I even have a where is it? Did I add the solar companies? No, that was the semiconductors. I need to add the solar companies. That's the next thing. But yeah, look at the list. Look at these lists here. This is the whole entire Dow Jones. I'm going to end up making a chart for every single company soon. I haven't did the Dow yet. And then after I do all 30 companies that are listed on the Dow, we had to go about doing these 900 companies that are part of the NASDAQ. So this is going to be our next little training exercise here. This is how I'm going to make you guys basically chart and trade at a light speed. It's going to just be by practicing as much names as possible. As long as we can get the charting done and we could do all these names here, all 900, you guys should literally be professionals, every single one of you. Not only that, but you're going to have so many charts done that when money starts to come in and you're starting to be really profitable, really consistent, there's a limitless number of companies that you could just throw that money in and not have to sell it. So it's kind of like a rocket ship. Imagine this, right? A rocket ship takes a lot of money to build, but when you build it, you don't pay attention to it. You just send it into the atmosphere and you go build another rocket ship. That's what these trades are. They're rocket ships that you're consistently sending up into the sky and you're not paying attention to it no more. Because if you pay attention to it, you're going to sell it too early. And the idea that you had was probably a good idea. You just needed to wait and have some patience. And yeah, that's pretty much it, you know. You'll be able to have 900 names where you could just cycle between all the names, and eventually you're going to find a really good trend to trade that day where it's like really easy. You don't technically have to keep trading SPY and Nvidia and all these hard companies because it's going to be very difficult. It's actually not... Okay, so it is difficult, but it's difficult in a sense where the contracts move so quickly, it's very hard to get profit. That's the only reason why I would say that it moves difficult. Other than that, it's insane amounts of profit for the short term. Okay, so you guys get the idea here. You get what we're going to do. Also, I put the whole entire S&P into its own watch list as well. And if you guys want my watch list, all you have to do is pretty much just copy it. And then when you copy it from the Discord and you click my link, I'm going to share this right now with everybody. When you click this link, it's going to ask you to import it right here, as you can see. So you're just going to click import. And then when you click import, you're just going to put in the file that I sent you so that you could download. And boom, then you're going to have the whole entire S&P And now all you have to do is just cycle between them. And then if you guys wanted my main list, there's my main list right here. It has pretty much everything you'll ever need, from Forex to futures, all the way to crypto, all the way to space companies, all the way to 3D printing, cloud services, biotech, nuclear energy, material processing, mining, drilling. We have all these companies. So if you need some companies to trade, again, just download that watch list. The way I set up the watch list was every single one of these watch lists here that you see, all of these companies have at least 100 million market cap or more. So I purposefully coordinated this so that the companies that we would trade here, if we were to trade them, actually have some good value to it, you know? Nothing under 100 million market cap. I think some of them are even like 300 million market cap and up. I forgot which one. It might have been the NASDAQ. Because in the NASDAQ, there's 3,000 companies. And for some reason, look, this is what they told me last night. Let me show you. When I was trying to add all 3,000 NASDAQ companies to my watch list, they literally said, whoa there, you can't go adding over 1,000 symbols and separators to a watch list. We're engineers, not miracle workers. That was so funny to me. But no, yeah, it was because you can only have 1,000 things inside of one watch list. But yeah, that was pretty much the idea. Remember, this is the only reason why I became so good with charting and I could do it so quickly. It was just due to the fact that I was just trying to do as much names as possible. And what occurred was, because the SPY is different from Tesla in a certain way, when you actually end up putting the same trading style that you made for SPY, if you actually apply it to Tesla, what happens is kind of funny. What occurs is basically you actually become more knowledgeable with that trading style than if you were just using it with SPY. Does that make sense, everybody? So again, just me taking the trading style from SPY and injecting it into Tesla, because it's a little different, it makes me learn something else that's new that I wouldn't have learned trading SPY. And then when I take that and apply it to SPY now, there's going to be something else that I find where it's just like, wow, like now I could add this back to Tesla. And then you add it to Tesla, and then all of a sudden, boom, you find something else for SPY now. And you just keep going back and forth with the rate of progression. Like literally your own charts end up being your competition. They compete against each other. That's kind of why I make it sound the way I do, because I oftentimes use my charts to compete with each other. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next thing we're going to do here is we're going to take a look at some of these older companies. Not older companies, I should say, but you know, companies we were paying attention to a couple weeks ago. First is Bitcoin. I want to look at the crypto stocks real quick. Let's see what's going on over here. So Coinbase is doing nothing still. Let's go to the 15-minute. Yeah, you're possibly still going to fall out the sky for Coinbase. HUD mining, you were running up, but it still looks very weak right now. Mara, you were also running up, so this is proper. Remember, now we're starting to play puts on the whole entire crypto market, ladies and gentlemen. Puts on the whole entire crypto market. It's time to start playing this downside. All right, SPY, can you give us some trades? Come on. You gotta be nice to a SPY. So how is your guys' your motivation? How's everybody's motivation here? You got some good motivation to yourself, or are you lacking in that department? Do we need to somehow build a system so that if I have a sense of motivation, you can have something that's unlimited as well, that you can keep building with? Not to sound childish, not to sound, immature, not to sound, corny, but that's stuff we got to focus on. Because if you're motivated and you got a crazy fire underneath you, you're going to be getting some crazy trades, You're literally going to change your life within 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You just got to have that crazy motivation under you, that crazy fire. And not only that, there's something I learned actually recently. You can have motivation, but there's a difference between having motivation and actually setting things up so that you are applying fuel to the fire and fuel to your motivation. Does everybody understand that? So again, motivation is something that dissipates, that disappears. When you fuel it, there's a whole different arrangement of just situations that occur. So you just have to start learning how to, one, have motivation, and two, fuel it. Whether it's you going outside and walking around, whether it's you doing something nice for people, you know what I mean? Just got to learn how to fuel it. Because then it's like you might have a sad day, you might be down, you might want to go do something that you really don't want to do. And as long as you're motivated, boom, you'll be tearing across the sky. Okay, so we're done looking at those names for now, for a second. I'm going to cycle between them, like Intel and Target. But first, I want to see where this market is at right now. So basically, you filled some of the gap. Let's go to Webull. Let's look at where the gaps are. So you filled some of the gap, and you have a very large gap below you here, from 621 all the way to 619 on Webull. So there's a very good opportunity to actually fall right back down to the low here still. What I advise for this whole entire group is to basically just give it about another 20 minutes. Another 20 minutes, 30 minutes here. Just wait a second. Don't rush it. This is why I need to get a saxophone. You guys are going to hear me throw out a trade inside the Discord, and instantly, instruments is turning on. It sounds crazy. There's this one artist that I follow on Instagram where he's able to make like sounds as if he's playing like a trombone or, you know, like a saxophone or like some other random instrument. Like, I have no idea how he does it. but like I've never ever seen somebody do something like that. Like it literally sounds like the instrument. It's wild. Oh yeah, that sounds amazing. We're gonna look at some other names here, just so it's not too boring. Just give me one moment, ladies and gentlemen. I got you right now. That song's amazing. All right, let's go take a look at some other names here. Let's make this a little bit more fun for ourselves. Looks like SPY is starting to shake and bake. There we go. So you ran up to number 1 on the reversal points, and then you fell right back down to number 1. Does everybody see that? So what you're going to do right now is you're going to take out your notebook, and you're going to write it down on the side of the paper. When you ran up to the first reversal point, after almost hitting number 2, the market then instantly retraced and reversed back to number 1 on the reversal points. This is the only way for you to learn how to trade with my reversal points, is to actually take notes with it. Because it's just going to look very confusing with a bunch of stuff on the screen, you know. So yeah, just take your notes. I'm telling you, you're going to start smacking this thing out the park. I'm telling you. It might take you a couple days of note taking and paper trading for you to understand what's going on here. But that's all right. Now let's see what's going on with the Discord. How's everybody doing? Crypto event? No, yeah, that's the thing is, I want to make a trading platform, but I want to find a way so that I can remove the PDT restriction. I want to be able to options trade without having PDT. There has to be a way to open up an application like that. I just have to figure it out. See if, you know, legally we're even allowed to do that. Maybe there's some type of legal, you know. Because think about it. Like if you lose all your money, you lose all your money. Limiting trades, the only thing that does is limits people. It doesn't actually... That's the reason why they do that, in case you guys didn't understand it. They don't want people like us to be able to actually have an opportunity to take these accounts from a very low amount to a very crazy amount super quick. They only allow you to do that with futures and with Forex. But with futures and Forex, the contracts, they don't move the same as options. Options have their own flow to it. They're very similar, yes, but they have their own flow. The way it's calculated. For instance, like most cases, like let's say right now, right? If I buy a put on futures, like I short the market. Let's say if the market falls straight down to this lower portion, if I put a lot of my account into that trade, I'm going to get margin called by the time it falls down to here. So with futures, it tends to be more unforgiving. With just a trade simply going against you for like a little bit, a couple minutes, an hour or two, just because of that, you can get margin called. With options, you're not going to get margin called, you know? You're only going to be able to sell when you want to sell. Unless you're using Robinhood, because then they're going to automatically sell you out at like, you know, 3:30 or something like that. Some BS like that. That's why I hate using that app. I honestly hate Robinhood because there was so many times where I was trading on Robinhood, and the last 30 minutes of the day, my contracts went from $10 to 100, and I couldn't hold it. They got rid of it for me. So that's the reason why I hate Robinhood. So if any of you are using Robinhood, just understand you're going to have a situation like that where they sell you out and you're going to be very unhappy. So you might as well right now start opening up an account with Moomoo or Webull, and you should be good. I'm going to get into a trade with the challenge account here, and I'm looking at the put side right now. I want to see if this is just going to keep cycling up and down like this. We could just keep buying the puts once you're making a new high and just allow this to just fall down a little bit, you know, just like how it is right now. There we go. We're getting closer and closer to that purple zone. That's all we want to see here. I want to see us hit 624.19. 624.19, ladies and gentlemen. Yo, did you guys hear that they're adding Uno to the casino like card games? I'm not gonna lie, I don't like going to a casino. I don't like wasting money in that stuff. I don't believe in it. Um, I rather just invest into stocks where it's more coordinated, it's more repetitive. But I would honestly go there to play Uno. I'm not gonna lie to you, I would do that. That would be fun as hell. I can't be the only one that thinks like that. You guys never had no Uno game nights? That thing be getting crazy. The post that I'm reading right now, it says, "Imagine getting skipped 3 times when your rent is on the line." What in the world? Yo, you said that's not a good idea? Yeah, someone's gonna flip the table. I'm telling you, somebody's getting arrested from that table. Oh man, I don't know why casinos have such like boring ass games. I wish they had stuff that was just more like I don't know, just more fun. Nah, yeah. That's why they want you drinking in casinos. Whatever's gonna take you out of your logical sense of thinking, you know? My problem with casinos is that every single time I walk in there, honestly, I could feel like the pressure from everybody. Like I could feel one person just lost all his money, one person just made a crazy amount of money and he's gonna throw it back in. One person's complaining, one person's crying, one person's the happiest they probably have ever been. Right? It's such a it's like a spaghetti type of situation where everything is just going all over the place. And nah, yeah, I just don't like how that makes me feel. It just makes me get like sick and shit. I be feeling like I want to throw up every single time I go into a casino. It's the weirdest thing in the world. I swear. I feel like I'm the only one out of anybody I know. I just don't like it. And you know what's so crazy to me? Those same people who go to a casino and they're fine with just gambling their money away, they won't turn around and try to stock trade. That's the funniest thing in the world. It's so weird. I'm not too sure why it happens like that. But nah, yeah, they rather go to a casino, throw all that money out, when I can show them how to take 100 to 1,000. You know, they'd hit way bigger here. They'd be making millions within a couple weeks. Because they have the qualities. A lot of gamblers, they have the qualities of somebody who can make it, somebody who can taste success. They don't stop. They don't quit. They literally keep gambling. But you might as well turn that gambling type of addiction into something that's, you know, helping you out. And it's not hard to do it. You know what I mean? Literally, as soon as you make some money with something, trust me, a gambler, as soon as you show how to gambler or show a gambler how to make $100 from $10 or how to take $100 to 1,000, that's what they wanted the whole time. That's all they wanted the whole time. If they wanted to just lose all their money and not really even win in the first place, I would say that is a mental disorder. Something is definitely wrong with you, because you're literally self-sabotaging yourself and ruining your wealth for some other type of feeling or thing that you get that makes you feel happy or makes you feel fulfilled or whatever it is, you know what I mean? So as long as we could just properly teach everybody how to trade here, we'll be able to help all those people who are stuck, losing all their money. They have addictions, they have gambling problems. And that's really all I want to do, honestly, is just show those people. Because they probably hate themselves sometimes. Like, imagine you go to a casino with $1,000 and you lose it, and you got to pay your rent. You can't buy food now. You can't, you know what I mean? Like, you would become a really bad enemy for yourself. You would hate yourself probably because of how much you're gonna have to suffer. For a lot of people, it's just fun. Now I understand, like, you know, older individuals. Like, when I go to the casino, I'd be seeing like a lot of, you know, 60-year-olds, 70-year-olds, 80-year-olds. And that's kind of what, you know, what they do with their time. They don't overdo it. Some people just know how to stop themselves from overdoing it. They only put in a certain amount. So I see that. But for the most part, it's just like, this options trading is more fun to me. Oh, no, sorry? Say it again?
About older people. No, it was when I was in the military, my man 40,
Yeah.
he would go to the casino every weekend. And he did so good. He bought a, what was it, an Infinity G something drop top, off-white with gold 20 rims. He had a suite up in the fucking Trump Towers. Like, every time we went down there with him, it was like going down there with a fucking superstar. But mind you, obviously it's gambling. It's not a good thing. But he knew what he was doing. He knew when to stop. He had control.
No, I get it. But what I'm trying to say is, the same time you put into trying to learn how to play games at a casino, if you just learn how to trade options, you're going to be making not only way more money, but you'll be able to travel around the world and trade. You'll be able to, you know what I mean? It's much more fun, honestly.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But it's a different type of, it's a different type of feeling. It's actually the same type of feeling, but it's, I guess I would have to say it's a different environment, which intensifies the feeling. Because I mean, like right now we're on Discord and, you know, people are posting their trades and everybody's happy for them. But when you're in the middle of a whole area and you hear bells and, you know what I'm saying, bells to the left of you because somebody just won a jackpot off of slots, and then you got a whole group of people yelling to the right of you because somebody didn't hit craps and everybody that came up, and then your group is right there. I was with a group that, no disrespect to the women, but it was all men, and we all took a turn on craps. And I think I hit like, I'd say about 1,500 that night. And it was all and as soon as she touched the dice, she just messed up the whole rotation. Everybody walked away at the same time. It was funny as hell. But I mean, yeah, it's just a different type of environment. It's more, the people that are sad with it, like you said, I mean, if you go in there and you spend your rent money on it, yeah, you got an issue. Like, that's just dumb.
I could see what, you know what? I can understand what you're saying.
People do that, though. I've actually seen people do that. Like,
do what?
That's a real thing. They literally spent, like, their car note thinking that they were really going to make it back on some other shit. It was like, yeah, you shouldn't do that.
No, yeah. But like I was going to say, I think the only way I would be fine with going to a casino, now that I think about it, honestly, is, no, you're right, is if I had a group of people where I knew it was going to be a good, you know what I mean, like a good moment, a good environment.
Yeah.
And not only that, but if everybody in that group had bread, if everybody had money, and we can go ahead and waste $500 on something because we made a whole, you know, $1,000 or something else, or it was basically free money, then all right. That's a situation where I could see that it could be fun because of the environment that a casino is. Like with all the noises and all the stuff, I could see that.
Well, yeah. I mean, even if you don't have money, like not a. Okay, so
That's
there
kind
was
of
a.
pointless then.
No, let me finish. There was 10 of us,
Mm-hmm.
and we religiously we went. Like we were the party group with a whole fucking base. Like if there was a party going on and it didn't have our name on it, nobody's going.
Right.
Just like that. So when we went down to in Jersey, we went down to Atlantic City. My man invited everybody. Trump Suite, which he got comped for because he was doing so well. So basically, he got a free suite. So we're up there, and you know we got it's a whole environment. It's basically a party. People went gambling. People stayed upstairs, chilled. Like it was a whole vibe. Like you don't have. I mean, yeah, you're going to a casino, but you don't have to go to a casino to spend money. Like if you're with the right group of people, not everybody's gonna gamble. You might throw $5-10 there, yeah, whatever. Other than that, walk the boardwalk, go half. You know what I'm saying? It depends on who you're going with, what the intentions are.
But what I'm trying to say here is, when it comes to gambling, the reason why I brought that up like that was because the only time you should be gambling, right, is when you actually have made it with something else. So if you're getting if you have a nice job, you're getting paid from something, if you have money coming from somewhere, if you're going to an environment where other people are just going to gamble and you're just going to be there, which is pretty much literally what I do. Every time my friends go, I'll go, but I won't spend $1. I'll just watch them. But would I want to be there every single week and every 2 weeks that they want to go? Nah. Of course no. I'd rather be doing other things with my time, such as trading options so that I can just get an easy trade, and within a couple days, now I made the money so that I can go around the world for free. You know what I mean? You're not going to be that consistent with the casino. Maybe if you card count and you know how to go about doing certain things where you can have leverage or an upper hand. But again, for the time that it takes to learn that and get to the point where you could do that, it's only fine if you have something coming in from somewhere else, like options, or that's what I'm trying to say right now. That's basically it. That's what makes me upset, because a lot of my friends, like, they want to go to a casino every 2 weeks, every week, but yet they're telling me every 3 days, 4 days when they see me post something about teaching or helping, you know what I mean? They see me talk about it, and then now they want to do it. And it upsets me because I'm just like, you can't just show up late to a party and then ask to get in. The doors are closed already, you know? So, yeah. Just gonna have to wait for the next party, pretty much. Remember, everybody, we're still waiting for the third or fourth reversal point in order for us to get into the next trade. With the market moving like this, it just looks like it's going to crash out the sky. So if it's just trying to establish a base here, basically something called support, all we want to know is if this market can run up to 624.17, and the reason why it's 624.17 is because that's the weekly range. 624 is the 1/4 point of the weekly range. That's how I want you guys thinking about this. The reason why I told everybody that you were going to hold at 622 and possibly run up higher. So I told you before the market opened up, if you fall down on top of 622, you're just going to get some calls right on top of it. And then you're going to play calls to 624. Because that's the 1/4 point. Does everybody see it now? There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was it, honestly. I just been using this little easy box right here. Just the weekly box. And then you slap it on top of your other trading styles and boom. You get like an additional perspective that normally you wouldn't really be looking at the market like that, but now you are. So it's kind of cool. Okay, so you open up at the halfway point. You're running up to the purple, which means you might be running up to this halfway point up here at 627, 626. So we're just going to give it a moment. Let me know if you guys need any help with any of the ideas. So far, so good. I'm very happy. Besides SPY moving so slow. Tesla, we're still waiting for it. We got some puts right now, and we want to see if Tesla's going to be able to actually fall right back down to the bottom here. I want to see it fall to a new low. That new low specifically being around 270, 280. So currently, right now, we got some 270 strikes. And we're just waiting for this to fall down a little bit lower. Only reason why we're doing this is because, one, it's the challenge account. Two, if you're doing it on your regular account, just make sure that it's profit. As long as it's profit that you're working with, that sounds like a perfect plan to me, everybody. If you're working with something more than profit, I wouldn't say this is the trade you want to enter into right now. We'll have a different trade later on with just a little bit more opportunities on the board so that we can go back and forth, you know? Because when Tesla fell big out the sky, the reason why we knew to buy it here was simply because if we zoom out and we go straight back towards, let's see what chart this is on. I think it might be this one. Give me a second. 314. Nah, not this one. This one? No, not this one. Let me see. Where is it? It's probably, is it on my other account? Oh no, it's right here. It's on this chart. Let's see. Let's scroll up a little bit. Boom. Okay, so when Tesla actually fell out the sky, before it fell out the sky, it hit one important thing that I was paying attention to, and it was the DARP. So this right here is one of the most important trading styles that you're going to learn. Again, I need to make sure that everybody here starts building the DARP on their screens so that every single night, all you had to do is basically come home from work. If you were busy during the day and you couldn't trade, look at all the DARPs and see where everything is at. So if I zoom out real quick, let me show you. That blue box right there. Let's keep zooming out, everybody. Keep it going, keep it going. Go to the weekly. So Tesla stopped right next to this midpoint right here. And I want you to be aware of that because if you look at where my price label is at, this is smack dab perfect right on top. Smack dab perfect. So since it's so close to the middle, I was just like, all right, that was a little weird. Right? You perfectly ran up into that middle and just instantly got sold off from it. So when you were falling, right, I told everybody, you know what? We're not going to play the puts. We're going to take a step back here for a second because you know, Trump was battling with Elon. They were going back and forth. Not only that, but you also had Kathy Wood sell her shares right around here. I forgot where she sold it. It was like How does she know when to sell her stocks at the best time? Does she have insider information? I mean, maybe. Who knows? But she perfectly sold Tesla when it ran up to 360. And I think she might be waiting to rebuy it down here at the 220s, the 230s. She didn't sell everything, of course. I think she still is holding a position. She basically just liquidated whatever was over 5% of her ETF or of the portfolio where everybody invests into, basically. And that's pretty much all she does every time. The second a company goes over its normal percentage in which her fund is holding, so she has 5% Tesla, 5% Nvidia, 5% Apple, 5% Amazon, right? So she'll have all these different companies, and whenever a company starts blowing up and going crazy, she always has a certain structured manner of selling them the second they hit 7%, 8%, 9%, because now their fund is actually making money because of that. So they want to make sure that sticks, while at the same time she has other funds that are still holding Tesla for the long term, because she understands the opportunities that Tesla's going to be opening up for the future, not just because of their company in terms of their success and profit, but the other companies that they're going to start to create, the new sectors that are going to be in this world, with robots, with the autonomous cars, right? There's going to be now a lot of people that fix autonomous cars. There's going to be a lot of people that now fix charging stations. So the job market is going to very heavily change. And yeah, we're kind of in the middle of it happening. So some people believe it, some people don't believe it. You have kind of like a split reaction straight down the middle. So all we need to do as investors and as traders is understand where is the best locations to buy and sell from. And with DARP and the way we kind of create this style of trading, look at how Tesla perfectly hit this right here. And I had a couple members that are on the Discord that actually, so when I released this video, it was kind of intentional. I'm not going to lie to y'all. It was all very much perfect. I didn't think the market would crash like this. I didn't think Elon was going to have all these issues. I didn't think all those things were real. I thought maybe it was like a joke between them, or I didn't know what to believe at first, honestly. So what I had thought of was, if I go to the left here real quick, everybody, just to show you, just from this low down here, and then you making this box hit a point from over here and a point from over here, you got the bottom here, which is this diagonal box here. So you see this box here? This was created again after you hit this low and then ran up to hit these two highs here. So because of that situation, taking place just like this, the one thing I want you to understand is that when you're at the top of a range, that's the only time when you should ever play puts to the most extreme portion of the range, basically. Personally, for me, what I've found the most success in is basically if I'm at the top of the range like this, and I waited a couple days and I noticed we're up here, if I play puts, my strike price, and again, everybody, this is golden. This right here is going to teach you a lot of valuable lessons here. My strike price would have just been this strike price here. Now, the reason as to why my strike price would have been this one right here is because this is the quarter point. So if I go ahead and go into the style, and let's say I make these lines just a little brighter, that's not going to help. So look at these lines now, right? You see how I made them really bright? You have the line at the top, that's one line. 2, the line in the middle, that's 3. This line over here, which is kind of like half of the middle and over here, kind of like a quarter point, right? That's 4. And then the bottom line, that's 5. So how I want you thinking is, you're playing from line number 5 at the top to line number 4. Does that make sense, everybody? You're just playing from line to line. Meaning once I sell my put, once we hit this line and I'm out, the next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to wait for the market to run up a little bit more, possibly hit this line again, If it hits the halfway point of these two lines, like number 4 and 5, basically like 4.5, sometimes the market likes to do that, and then it will drop you out the sky into the next line. And that's pretty much what occurred here. Now, when you dropped out the sky, you literally fell from this blue box perfectly. This one right here, the one that I'm moving around. Because, by the way, these boxes here are me tracking the... Was that a fly? I think a fly just hit me in the face. So these boxes right here were just me trying to track the momentum. As you can see. I was thinking that it was going to run all the way up to 390. But again, this was before we had all that crazy stuff develop. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So this is what I'm trying to have you pay attention to here. When you hit this blue line, you went straight down to this blue line where I told everybody to buy the calls. So we went long here. And our accounts were instantly 3-4 times right up here. So we literally went up 300 to 400% across the board with everybody that bought those calls the second you ran up to this top portion here. Now, once you did that, I told everybody, all right, we're going to tap out. I'm selling out. Just in case, I'm just going to take this profit because this is insane. We sold out right there as soon as you blew up the next day. And then we went to the other Tesla chart. The reason why I went to this Tesla chart next, let me delete all this crazy stuff here. So the reason why I went to this chart next was simply because, remember how Tesla fell out the sky because of, you know, all the stuff that was going on with Trump and Elon? So what I did was I grabbed the top of that range from that week, and then I grabbed the bottom, which was the new low. It then gave me this midpoint right here. You guys see that, right? I'll make this midpoint a little bit brighter, just so you can notice it. But that midpoint right there, from, again, measuring the top and measuring the bottom, what you were able to get was basically that midpoint right there. After you get that midpoint, the next thing you're going to do is you're basically going to cut it up again, and you're going to get these two boxes. Got that, everybody? Turn down the opacity a little bit just so you could see. So you get these two boxes right there. And now with these two boxes, now you have another midpoint. Do it again, everybody. Draw a box from this area, which is what I did here. I got this box right here, this green one. And then I told everybody just like this. If Tesla's going to pause here at 332, you're most likely going to fall from this area back down to 320. Why 320 specifically? Because that's the midpoint. So once you got above the midpoint, I told everybody puts down to the midpoint. We were up 100%. I then told everybody, all right, at this point, the next thing we're going to do here is if it holds above 320, we're just going to play calls right back up to 332. Why? Because this right here is a portion of the trend. It's a portion of it. You understand? So since it's a portion of the trend, the one thing you want to be able to do here is basically play contracts off of those levels precisely. So what you're going to notice happen here is the market then fell back down to 320, which we ended up playing puts again on them, but I believe we sold out for a quick little 20%, 30% trade. It wasn't nothing crazy. When you fell below this line here, which was 320, and you fell down to 313 here, I told everybody, all right, we're going to measure this other area, and we're going to give you the equal reaction above this whole entire zone here. It's on the 4 hour, so as you can see, it's not really measuring it correctly with the candlesticks. I guess I can go on the 15-minute real quick, just to show you. So look at this. When the market had fell out the sky and Tesla had fallen straight down to here, that range you did was basically almost equal below the box. Does everybody see that? It was almost equal, right? So because of that, this next range you got down here, which was right around this area here, I measured it, flipped it on top of the midpoint, and then boom, I told everybody we're going to play calls now only to 326. Because when Tesla had fallen below this area here, like right over here, I told everybody, all right, it looks like you held at 309. You're holding an opening right here at 314, which is another portion of the fraction. And then you run back into the whole entire dynamic, basically doing an equal reaction. And then when you go over here, you basically are doing an equal reaction of the downside with up here. Now, the reason why we stopped trading Tesla that way was because if you look at it now, it's pretty much below everything. And now it's kind of doing the same trend it was doing over here above, but it's kind of doing it below it. So it's holding on this area, falling from 320, falling below it. We might be able to just run up even higher here. And if we could run up higher, it would make for an interesting situation because we have puts right now. We have puts 3 weeks out, and I want to see how this is going to turn out. Spies at the target. I'm going. Go, 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 go. Let's look at the reversal chart. Okay, everybody. So spies at the target. Why is this the target? One more time. Let's run it back. It's because we measured the high from here, the low from Monday, the high from Thursday. You then get a range, which is the weekly range. If you chop it up again, you get the 1/4 point, which is 624. This is how I normally trade every single week, every single year. This is how I first taught you guys how to trade last year when I first started teaching. And it's one of the most effective ways of trading a market when it's running up into a new high. Chills! What's good, Chills? How you been, family? How you been over there? So, Miss Michelle, you had said, how do you know when to buy back in between 4 and 5 on the upper Tesla example? So guide me for a second. Which Tesla chart are you talking about? Is it this one here? Spy hit the price. Let's go. Let's do it. You said she has insider info. No, yeah. Let me tell you, Kathy Woods, she might have insider information, honestly, but she's definitely one of the best female traders I've ever seen. Like, she's number one for me. Probably traders in general, you know. I'll be honest with you. She probably competes with everybody. She probably is one of the best traders I do know in general. Look at all her funds and look at how much profit they're making. You know? Like, she always knows what to do. And she's always doing it the right way. And that's the reason why her name got out there. If you guys didn't know, is because everybody was always against her. Everybody didn't believe in her. And they called her crazy, right? And then look, a couple years passed by from them calling her crazy because of certain things that she invested in or held while other people, you know, sold and were telling her to get out of it. And she, you know, they felt like maybe she didn't know what she was doing. A couple years later, all those things started blowing up. And it's so crazy, but her perspective on the way the industry of technology is going to develop is very similar to mine, actually. Very similar to mine. All right, we're going to have to delete that over. Oh my God. But the way it's similar is there's a lot of legacy companies that exist today that are basically stuck in their ways. That's the best way I can explain it. Meaning the progression, the acceleration, the growing of, it's all reaching certain pausing points and declines. And a lot of these companies, they're still very important. So that's the reason why they're just not disappearing out of nowhere. But the one thing you had to pay attention to is that eventually what's going to occur over time is those legacy companies are going to get bought out. and there's going to be a new showrunner. There's going to be a new circus. There's going to be a new situation. And that's what we're trying to pay attention to. Because just like how Tesla revolutionized the electric car market, it's very similar to how SpaceX revolutionized the space sector. Where as soon as SpaceX made those rockets that were reusable, as soon as that occurred, then you started getting a bunch of smaller companies that were actually building rockets because they saw the possibility of it being cost effective now, because you don't have to send a rocket into space and let it blow up every time. And from that point onwards, he unlocked the whole entire space industry, basically. He allowed everybody else to see how he did it, see what he did, and they began trying to reverse engineer what he did and trying to create their own version of it. And then boom, now you have 6 companies out of nowhere, multi-million dollar, because they had some money coming from another source, and they just decided to do that. Smart individuals, very smart. Every single one of these space operators, depending on what company it is exactly, like Rocket Labs is set out to be one of the biggest space companies in this whole entire market. So there's going to be a lot of potential here soon, everybody. I want you guys to pay attention to the space industry. I'm telling you, for the next 5 years, 10 years, these stocks are probably, some of them are going to 10x, you know? And remember, a stock, that's not even the option. Imagine that much. You would probably be up 10,000%, 20,000%, you know? And that's what we're looking for, honestly. That's what we're looking for right now. But that was basically what Cathie Woods believes in. She believes in legacy companies getting bought up. She believes in a massive change in technology where things are going to start becoming a little bit more technologically intertwined with just society. Everything's going to start advancing a little bit quicker. And it's going to be kind of like a burst of a technological revolution, basically, is what's going to occur here. Especially when you have more companies putting stuff into space where they could test stuff with 0G. Everything reacts a little, not everything, but there's certain things that react differently to 0G, such as science. Like, I believe the study of health and, like, what do you call it? Like the healthcare system, pharmaceuticals. There's certain things that you could do in space where it allows the science to be done at a quicker speed. Not only that, but with less variables that are attached to it. And I could be a little off with me saying that. I need to find the exact report. So let me not continue to talk here because, again, I forgot exactly what it was. But there was certain things that are easier to do in space that you normally wouldn't notice on, you know, on the planet, on the surface. And it's things like that that dramatically revolutionize certain technological fields as well as just our lives every single day. All it takes is one new invention and the whole world has changed. And I know it's going to be happening nonstop very soon, especially when they get more and more companies to build private rockets, you know? So yeah, that's what Cathie Woods believes in. That's what I also believe in. I think a lot of these companies are going to disappear and get bought up. You might have a situation where NVIDIA just buys up Intel. NVIDIA just buys up AMD. I mean, maybe they can't buy up AMD. I feel like AMD is too big. I don't even know if they could buy up Intel. They might be considered too much of a monopoly. All right, let's take a look at SPY, everybody. I got a little sidetrack there. We're looking at 624. You perfectly hit this area, and then you started hitting the EMAs. So now let's go into a lesson with teaching you how to trade the EMAs. It's going to be a quick little lesson. Nothing too difficult. So I want you guys to be able to see what I'm thinking. And then I want you to be able to understand it. So if you have any questions, go ahead and ask them. So let's begin, right? We're on the 5 minute. In order for you to get these indicators, let's just say you don't have these indicators on your trading view. The one thing that you're going to do is basically go to the search bar here. You're going to go to indicators. Let me actually send this to Miss Michelle because she just joined the Discord. So let me actually just send this to her. You figured it out? That's excellent. If you figured it out, I don't know if she can hear me right now. What am I saying? There's no way. She was really quick with that. She figured something out where I didn't expect her to figure it out unless she was hearing me. So that's awesome how she just figured that out. She figured out the 1/4 point, like why SPY ran up to 624, like why this is such a specific level, why this is one of the targets. I think she just did it herself, which is pretty cool. Make sure all you guys go ahead and make this box here. The box is from Thursday's high and Monday's low. So that's pretty cool. All right, everybody. So what you're going to do is you're going to go here. You're going to search up EMA 13 21 space 48. I think I have to put the comma. Wait, did I search it up wrong? EMA. Oh, that's why. 8 space, that's why. 13 space 21. And then you're basically going to add this indicator right here, which is they go by the name of Arnez. So you're going to click the one who's made by Arnez. And this one's very important. The reason as to why this is very important is because if you just started trading, or even if you're a veteran trader, because there's 2 indicators that are in one indicator at the same time, so it's 2 of them in one, right? You have the EMAs and then you have the moving average. What that allows you to do is have less indicators that are separate. So this counts as one indicator now. So normally you would have to have 2 indicators, one for the 13, one for the EMAs, and then one for the moving average. But then if you can put this indicator on your screen, you basically can now have 2 of them in one, which if, again, you don't pay for TradingView, they're only going to allow you to have 2 indicators in total if you don't pay for TradingView. So this is a significant just piece of information here. You have to be able to use this. Now, that's how you add it. That's how you look for it. That's what you have to search up. That's the reasoning behind it. And that's also what you can also use if you're not paying for TradingView. It greatly reduces just the problem of just cycling between so many indicators. And then when you get above the 1348, right? So you have the purple line, which is the 48. I changed mine to the 40. So I'll show you guys how to do that later on, but I changed mine to the 40. The blue one's 21, the green one's 13, the pink one is 8. You hit the pink one and made a new high. Now I'm expecting this market to start shutting down and falling towards the green one, because you already hit the pink one and ran up to a higher point. Does that make sense, everybody? Let's pause right there. Do you understand how I know it completed what was necessary? So now it could possibly shut down to the green line. Of course, you could just keep hitting the pink line and keep running up, right? You could keep staircasing. But why am I specifically talking about this first? You getting above the pink line. You already fell down on top of it here. You didn't really hit it there. You more so hit it like right here. That was like perfect touch right there. So why did I say that when it touches it once, In order for this next trend to be done, it needs to run up into a new high and then touch the pink line again. You understand? So because it did this and then did this right here, it automatically told me that if this gets below this pink line for whatever reason, it's going to go straight down to the green line. Because this market works in a progression type of system where it progresses from left to right. It slowly staircases upwards. And then it slowly changes directions to get shut down. So this is like the act of changing directions here. You understand? That's what's going on right now. It's not that bullish. It doesn't look that amazing. So what I'm thinking is maybe the market's going to start turning here for a reason. Maybe it might just get shut down, straight down to the low. And then once you get shut down to the low, you would have filled the gaps because you have a few more gaps to fill down here. And then once you did that, then the market might have gotten bought up again, where it now gets sent up to the 200 from beneath it. Remember, everybody, the one thing I told you we're waiting for here is to get above the 200 and then fall down on top of it after you hit that 1/4 point, which was right here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go ahead and turn that opacity on so you can see that point. So you're going to go ahead and turn that line on. And as you can see, 624.17, you have an opportunity to hold above it. And if you do, you're going to run up to the high. If you can't hold above 624, the first thing the market's going to do is get shut down to the 200 and then possibly get shut down to 622. So that's what I'm looking at right now. As you can see, everybody, let's go back to this page here. You fell below the pink line, so of course you hit the green line. Now you can actually run up into a higher high. So now since you hit this green line here, because the trend over here was you hit the pink line and make another higher high, all I'm thinking right now is you hit the green line and then make another higher high. That's it. It's like I said, it's a progression thing. So if you get below the green line, I'm pretty sure you could assume what I'm thinking next. And no, you're completely right, right? I just want to see this fall from the green line to the blue line and then hold and then make a new high. If you still get below the green line, if you still get below the blue line, your last place to buy a call to play the upside would be the golden pocket. We talk about the golden pocket every single day. The golden pocket is right there. Now, why is it called a golden pocket? The reason why it's called a golden pocket, everybody, is because markets tend to fall in between the blue line and purple line before they reverse. So it's a consistent thing that you normally see. Take, for example, on my chart right here. Earlier, you fell below the blue line, almost hit the purple. You stopped in between them and started running right back up to the high. You even did it over here as well, where you fell in between them right there in that little wick, and then you instantly ran above the next candle before it made you fall down to the purple again. So since you hit the purple so many times over here, and since you barely started respecting the EMAs so far, this kind of still looks like it can go up higher. So all I want to see personally is you fall straight down to the 200 and then fall straight down to the new low. And then we're going to start trading again. Until then, we're just going to take a step back. You could trade with some smaller contracts. Have some fun here, of course. In terms of me buying puts, I'm waiting for number 3 and number 4. I'm waiting for the A+ setup, ladies and gentlemen. I'm being patient. And that's pretty much all. That is pretty much all. How's everybody doing back there today? So far, so good? Rocket Lab does look like it's trending, is compressing now, yeah. Let's go look at Rocket Lab real quick, actually. They started blowing up like crazy. If they have this much momentum still, What I want to see is possibly, can this thing run up to, let's go look at it real quick. Go over here, open another tab. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go to RKLB. RKLB. Boom. Just like that. All right. Let's go to the 45-minute here. 15-minute. So as you all see, this was something that I had drawn days before, because this was a possibility that you could basically do. You just needed to go a slight bit higher than you normally do, because the important magnet point was right around this area, like right there. Like that was around the line. So I was thinking that maybe you're just going to go a little bit above the line, because you were so far below it down here. You needed to run into it. So at this point, we could average down on those options, but what I think the game plan is, honestly, is just to wait a second. Let's average down later today, if anything. That's what we could do. It's at $10 right now. I'm not going to lie. That's a really good price. That's a really good price. We bought them at $30. So we could buy them for $10, and my average is going to drop down to like 20, 21. What was the cheapest this option went to? It went to $9. So I mean, we could, but should we? Well, wait. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna be patient with this, because it looks like it still has some momentum right now. It was compressing, but then it just, obviously just unwind again. So because you just unwind, there's a good possibility it might still be unwinding, which means it could still possibly go a little bit higher. So let's just give this a moment here, and let's not rush into it. Maybe we could buy it for a little bit cheaper. Just maybe. So for SPY, let's go take a look at it. So ladies and gentlemen, as you can all see, the market is holding right here. So if you would have bought a call at that green line, point blank, you would be profiting right now. Does everybody understand that? Because the point you bought was down here, and because you're already up here, you're already making some money. Whether it's 5%, 10%, whether it's 20%, of course it's going to range depending on the momentum in the market at the time. But all you have to understand is that if you just keep buying at good points and selling at awesome points, and that's a good point. 5%, listen, nobody can tell you 5% is bad, because if I show everybody here how much money $130 would become in a year if every single day you just get 5%, even if I put half a year, right? Like I'm gonna put 4% for half a year. That's $14,000 from just $100. If you then add the whole entire year, which is about 230 trading days throughout the whole entire year, not counting weekends and holidays, it's about 230, 250. It's 250, but I like to say 230 because it just gives you like extra, like a couple extra days. So that right there, with just $100, if I get 4% per day for just 230 days, I'm making $1 million within a year. So within a year, I'll be making $1 million. It's just about percentages. That's all you have to understand. You're just compounding. So if I have 130 one day, like look at it down here, right? Look at the day by day rubric that they made you. So on February 6th or February 7th, 2026, I would be making basically around 18,000 per day. With 471,000, I'll be making 18,000 per day. And then a couple days later, when I get to $1 million, I'm actually making around 41,000 per day with just 5%. Of course, in order for you to put 400K into a market, or in order for me to trade $1 million, of course, it has to be a decent play. You can't just do anything that's random, right? But at the same time, as long as you wait every single day, you're always going to get a 5% trade. And that's all that matters. Because as long as you could keep building from that baseline of at least being profitable 5%, you start to establish a undeniable type of belief in yourself where if you don't know something and you know that your charts are having a problem, like you know that your charting is not that good and it needs to improve, you can instantly track it down and find what you need to improve. You'll find it that same day, I swear. Like if you really want it, if you're really that motivated, the way your brain thinks is fundamentally out of this world. Even most of the neuroscientists have not a single clue in the world as to truly how a brain is functioning, how it's created, right? They act like they do, they say certain things, but yet when you think about things a little bit differently yourself with another educated mind, let's just say, you realize that they probably might be wrong about certain things because everybody's very different. You know what I mean? They don't have that much knowledge when it comes to the brain. They have a good amount. They know a certain amount of things. They can help fix certain things, right? Certain diseases, certain life-threatening issues. But at the same time, they don't really understand truly how consciousness of the brain works, like how it actually is created. So all I'm trying to say here is, as long as you could always sit there yourself and think educatedly, right? Educatedly. Think in an educated manner, right? As long as you can bounce back ideas with other people who are also educated, not because of school or because of something else, and no, but because they sat there fixing their charts, they've traded a lot, they're educated, they have experience. They might not be the most educated person in the world, but at the same time, as long as they have some type of experience, that's all that matters, because then you could just keep building back and forth with them. And as long as you could do that every single day, you will never have a problem with this challenge. Even if you're putting $1 million, even if you're putting 5 million in, of course it's going to be a little bit more difficult. It is going to be difficult, trust me. Because if you put $1 million into this market, you know who sees that order, right? The market makers, they see that order. The whole entire world, the second you press buy to send your order out, even if it's not filled yet, everybody in the world sees that. So they're going to try to get you. Of course. So you have to understand that when you buy something for $1 million, it might not work out that day. So you shouldn't expect it to work out that same day. Unless you're literally day trading like a 14-day out option. That would be pretty crazy. That's honestly what I would be doing. If I was trading with $1 million every single day, 14 days out, 21 days out, and I'm just looking for a 5% gain, I would probably go out 21 days out, 21 to like 30 days. It's going to be less money I'm making, of course, but again, I just want 4 to 5%. Which is kind of funny because in this number I just gave you, everybody, $1 million is just 4%. Imagine 5%. You want to see it? Look at this. $9 million. So if you just make 5% per day for a whole year with just $130, you're going to be basically a multi-millionaire. If you get something like 8%, you're going to have around $6 billion. So I'm showing you how it doesn't take that much of a differing gain for you to really dramatically change your life, your world, and everybody's world around you. It's if you guys want to, though. That's all I'm saying. I know you guys got it. I know you could do it. I know you have the potential for it. It's obviously why you're here listening to me now, is because you know you have the potential yourself. It's just about acting upon it, you know? If you don't act upon your potential and you feel like you're letting yourself down, Just write that down in your notes. Be more self-aware so that there could be true growth every single day. So again, everybody, do you see how we knew the market was going to run up here? And it still could go higher now. I kind of want it to go higher right now, hopefully. We're not going to rush into these puts, though, because remember, when you had fallen here in the beginning of the day, you didn't hit number 2 before you ran up. You just reversed slightly above it. So because you're slightly above it, that's the reason why you slightly fell right here. Is because you were slightly right below it. So you almost hit it again, number 2, but then you just fell out the sky again, pretty much. Right before it, just like how you did over here where you ran up. However, it wasn't that bearish. It's still pretty bullish right now. And the reason why I think it's personally bullish is because it's in the act of tilting. Think about it like that. It's in the act of changing directions. So that's pretty much all. That's really it. Because remember, you could still make a higher high while you're changing directions. The changing of directions, the pattern that's created when that occurs, is a very noticeable pattern where you see the progression of the possibilities starting to open up more. So like right here, you're at the high. Let's just say the market doesn't want to make a new high because it's more bearish than it is bullish. What's going to occur here is you're going to end up just falling from the sky here again. And then you're going to fall down to the blue line now. So for those of you who have calls, you could put your stop loss here just in case. If you got like a cheap call or something like that. And yeah, just wait and see if this is going to fall down on top of the blue or in between the blue and purple. And then you could buy it again. That's all you have to wait for. The trade that I want everybody trading here, again, we're still waiting for it. Sometimes it takes the whole entire day, but as long as we're waiting for it and we're ready for this to happen, I know we're going to be set. Just keep swimming. Come on, everybody. Oh, you guys want to see something cool? Let me show you. Let me go ahead and show you this real quick. Look at this. See, we got everybody on board right here. We're heading to Planet Peacock. Come on now. These are nice designs. The design on this, it could be better the quality, but it was pretty good how it generated this. Like this right here would have probably taken me a day to draw, honestly, and like another week to color. I'm terrible when it comes to coloring. The outlines are not that hard, but the coloring and the shading doesn't take that long. The shading could take you like probably like an hour or two, honestly. Just an idea. What about a UFO ship abducting the stock candles up? That's a nice idea. Wait, let's see. Let me add this real quick. UFO in the background. Abducting. Yeah, that's an awesome idea, Hoover. That right there, I could see that being on like a poster or something like that. You know what I mean? Like a planet, a ship heading towards the planet with like an astronaut or two. And then in the back of it, it's like you could see like a UFO like abducting the candlesticks from the planet. That's a cool idea. All right, let's see what it looks like, everybody. So everybody, just like I told you, you hit the green line, ran up towards the high, but you couldn't make a new high. You hit King's Point, and now you're falling and turning red. By the way, the only reason why I know how to trade like this is because I would literally sit on my computer for 5-6 hours, and I would just trade off of the EMA indicator. So my screen would literally look just like this right here. It would look just like this, and that's it. No lines, no nothing, no extra trading styles. And what I would do is I would focus heavily on trying to actually understand this and try to find the most consistent trades that occur throughout a day. And what I was noticing was when I first started trading this way, whenever I would trade around the EMAs, I started noticing, wait a second, I'm up, I only have $500 in my account, but yet I'm up to $600-700 just from a little flick. And then when I don't sell it, then now I'm down 200. And now I'm just like, wow, if I would have taken that money, I could have been in another trade that was playing the downside right now. And then a light bulb went in my head. And I was just like, wait a second. If I could have made 200 going up, I could have probably made like 250 going down or 300. Why don't I try just trading the quick, really quick moves? So I'll wait for it to be like in the middle of the day, where it's a little bit slower by the EMAs, where it's not in the morning doing something wild, where I can get margin called. Let me wait for the middle of the day, and then when it's bouncing around the EMAs, let me see how I could truly trade with this a little bit better. And I traded over 100 times in one single day. I'm talking about I was up $5, sell it. I wait. Once it hits the green line, and it's the first time, I buy a long right here. Once it snaps up like this, I sell it. The second it hits that pink line, I don't even allow it to run up higher. Then I notice that it's not wanting to run up higher up here, so then I go short here. Stop loss is the previous high. I go short right up here. Play short straight down to the line again, if not the next color, because this is a progression system. So you literally go back and forth. And I had like 100 trades, somewhere around there, in a single day. So that's how I got really good with trading. It was just me trading a crazy amount of times. That was the only reason why. So if you guys could just sit there, open up a paper account, even if it's your real account, regardless of what you want to do, I think you should do paper first. That way you can actually get a feel for it. And then after you turn, let's just say a $500 paper account into $5,000, then you can open one with your real account. You know what I mean? So first you have to try it, you have to trade it, you have to learn the technicals, learn the method. And once you learn it all through paper trading, which takes a single day, the next day, if you really want, boom, you could just put $500 in and instantly pick it up. That's also something else you could do. That way, there's no excuses. If you tell me you don't have money to learn and to kind of test stuff and to have a bad trade go against you, sometimes that's what people say, you know? They just they can't lose this money. If you can't lose this money, I'm telling you, don't trade with all of it, because you're most certainly going to lose it, because you're going to be too emotional, too scared, you know? That's all that's going to occur. It used to happen to me all the time. And I have no problem with telling you guys that. I used to get very frightened. I used to be, up a certain amount, then down a certain amount, and now my emotions are going crazy, and I'm just like, what is wrong with me? I got to calm down. I'm going to get nowhere with this if I don't calm down. And yeah, as you all can see how it's so close to the blue line. Now I would be selling my futures, my short. So that right there was like 6 trades with $500. I probably would have turned it into around $700-800 right there so far. Just from me vocally telling you what to do and then it occurring a few minutes later. You guys see how cool that is, right? That was like basically I think the third one or fourth one in a row right there. Of course, you probably at this point now can start guessing what's going to happen next. And that's why I love this style of teaching. Because now you could obviously see that if it hits the blue line, you can also go long here. Stop loss is literally right below the blue line. So in case it continues to fall and go to the purple line, your stop loss is like, $1, $2, $5. That's pretty good. That's not bad at all. Because that's also another thing, is being able to stop out. Don't play with this market. I'm telling you, when the market does something you're not used to, just stop out. Even if it goes back into that direction, you would have been right. And let's just say I put in $1,000 and I've dropped down to $200, and then the next day I run up to 400. If I notice the market's doing something, I'm just gonna stop out and take my money. I'm not gonna let the other 400 just disappear like that. But a lot of people, they do that, and I did that a lot in the beginning. Speaking from my own experience, I would be up, 2,000-3,000. I'll throw in the whole amount. I'll be down 200, and I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to sell it until I'm profitable. The next day I open it up, and it's all at $100. I just lost everything. One trade. Just because I wanted to keep pushing it in the wrong way. I wanted to make it work because I wanted it to work in my favor. I wasn't trying to understand how a market moves and how it flows correctly, and I got in my own way. And I did that a lot. 2 years straight before I started being like, all right, let me take notes of this. Then I started noticing there was a pattern with my losses. It always consisted of me buying at the wrong times and then averaging down at the wrong times every single time. If I would have just bought the same contract a little bit later or a little bit earlier, I would have had profit. I was just too in my own head, So as long as you guys know how to stop out of a contract and not take too much of a loss because you don't know what's occurring, next week, guess what? What if the same situation occurs? Well, you know what I'm going to expect from all of you, right? Exactly. You to now remember and be like, wait a second, Silo. 2 weeks ago, it did the same exact trend. It did the same thing. And this is what occurred the next 3 days after that. And this is what occurred the 3 days prior to it. And then we're going to be able to be like, wait a second, that's exactly what happened the last 3 days right now, this week. And then, yeah, there you go. Then you start catching on to more and more patterns, but it's only through taking notes, of course, and through noticing your own mistakes. That's why when I saw how John was taking notes right there with that whole entire document, I was like, yo, that's amazing. That's more amazing than however I used to take notes. Like that right there, I'm going to have to inject his idea because it was just so good. Injecting that into the Discord and putting it on the website so that you guys could take notes like he did. You literally have every ounce of information that you need to learn throughout the day to ensure that you're progressing and getting better. It's all just within that little slot. You all have to just fill that out one time. Takes 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And boom, you just secured you progressing. That means that loading bar that's on top of your head when it comes to stock trading and being an expert is a little bit closer. It just loaded a tiny little bit, couple percentage. Every single night you take notes. Within a month, if you really want this and you were serious about it and the note taking, you will literally know how to perfectly trade by a month. I can guarantee that. But it's only if you were nonstop taking notes, which is the most annoying part. So everybody who has taken notes the last day here, the last couple hours before the market opened up, as well as those who basically joined in late or you weren't here throughout the weekend and this is the only time where you could take notes, just do your notes. And for those who did it, thank you. A lot of you have been doing your notes and it's making me so happy. Like literally, that makes my day. Just me seeing a note from somebody makes my day because I instantly know that there is going to be some type of knowledge that they just gained and they're going to hold on to because they wrote that down. So it makes me excited because I know that the next step is maybe either another problem or if they kind of been managing their notes and their ideas and their learning properly, that next trade is going to be something that's literally like a life-changing amount of profit. I see it happen all the time. When people do what they're supposed to do and they're taking the notes, they're accurately judging stuff, they always start getting some crazy trades, honestly. It's wild. See, just an idea. Let me see. ChatGPT just froze. Oh yeah, look at this. Wait, it put actual candles. Let me change it to... Could you change it to stock market candlesticks? Let's see if it could do that for us. It looks so good, though. Let me tell ya. Look at this. Look how it looks so far. I'm going to fix it again. I think I can make another one. This is what it looks like so far. I kind of wanted it to be on the side of the planet. So what I would probably do here, honestly, is I might just draw it. I'll just probably draw it like in the back. Because I want it to be like running away from the planet while stealing the candlesticks while we're arriving back home type of thing. Or we're arriving to like another planet. I don't know. I'm just trying to create a story out of this. Because remember, I'm gonna create a what do you call it? An anime for us, for the whole Discord. Where I want everybody voicing their own characters. I want you to have an integral part of this story. I'm going to make sure that, you know what I mean, it's well worth your time, of course. I'll give you some free stock market classes. How about that? I'm playing. But, no, yeah, we'll eventually figure out, you know, how I can have everybody do this. I'm going to write out a whole entire sheet of contracts so that if things start to blow up, everybody understands that whatever percentage that we talked about in the beginning that everybody would be getting, they're going to make sure that they're going to get it. And yeah, I want to do everything the right way. Everything has to be done the right way. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Who knows if this becomes a big show and maybe they want it animated, we might be able to, you know, turn this into an anime and make a lot of capital from this. And then with this, we could just fund other businesses and other fun stuff throughout our lives, right? That's the idea here. That's what we're all put here to do. Not just create an anime, of course, but, you know, not make fun of, but have some fun is all I'm trying to say. And in my honest opinion, creating a story and then having it potentially be a movie or having it potentially be something big where everybody in this community is involved, that makes me not only extremely happy, but because there's so many bright minds, imagine how the story is going to take place. Imagine what's going to happen in this story. Imagine how amazing it's going to be. Just think for a second. And that's what makes me really even, you know, just ecstatic, honestly. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. All right, so you're still stuck on the EMAs. So of course, obviously, if I was futures trading right now and I was trading with just the EMAs, the way I would go about trading this now is to wait for this to hit the blue line, quickly put my stop loss below it, and put my take profit to the green line. However, this does look like it's about to start falling from the sky here. How do I know? It's because you hit the pink line, ran up to a new high, you hit the green line, and you couldn't run up into a new high. So automatically right now you're doing something you were not doing a couple minutes ago. So the trends are becoming more bearish. Not only that, but let's just say if I go ahead and do something that normally we don't do, but I'll do it right now just to show you guys how easy it is. Let's say if I grab the bottom of the day, correct everybody? And I grab the top of the day. The midpoint is now going to be right here at 623.09. You got that, right? So that's the first thing you want to do here, is highlight the midpoint. The next thing you're going to do here is you're going to go to the opening price on the 5-minute, and you're going to take the high and the low, and you're going to measure it. Alrighty, so right there you did $1.50 straight down. The next thing you're going to do is select the same low and go up to the next high. You then did $1.67 straight up. It's pretty close to each other, kind of like an equal reaction. And then you did $1.20 here. So because these two were equal reactions, guess what's my brain thinking? Exactly. You're probably going to do $1.20, $1.30, maybe a little bit less. And look at this. You do a little bit more, $1.45. You see how close it is to $1.20? And then right after you do that, now you start changing directions again. Now you're doing $1.30 right back down. Which means, of course, I'm just looking for $1.30 right back up. Boom. Or $1.30 back down, and then you just get $1. So you get more, basically. You get $1.40 here. And then what happens after this, everybody? Now I'm not dropping as much. Now my range just tightened up all the way. This is very bad because this might mean that we're going to explode to the top side now. And then what happens next time? You only run up 49 cents now. So as soon as I see 49 cents, the first thing I'm thinking is this market's about to start either one, changing directions, or two, it's going to start becoming a lot more quicker. Meaning it's going to start opening up the range. It's going to start accelerating, basically, into a new high or a new low. And what do you get? Instant acceleration right after that. So that's how you could have timed that. Because you would have seen the ranges getting really small, and you would have known this is probably about to open up again. I should probably trade a contract now. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So then if you keep measuring stuff, right, it then ran from this low down here, technically all the way up here to this high. Of course, you had up and down here, but again, what you're trying to measure is the smallest point, the low, to the next high. And the moment of, obviously, you would have had this understanding. But then obviously now, since it already made a new high, this is your new understanding. It's $1.11. So the first thing I'm thinking is, can we do $1.11 back down? And we cannot. So now the market just looks like it's swinging up more viciously to the call side than it is the the bear side, right? So it's swinging up to the bull side, the green side, the upside, more than is swinging down to the downside. And that's something you want to pay attention to, because what that means is that either one, the second that that's no longer the case, you're going to fall from the sky. So now you have a way where you can actually follow the market with a pattern. Because let's just say, boom, right here, we're not making a new high no more. Which means I just did $1.11 right here. And now over here, I'm only doing 55 cents. So what I really want to see now is you do 55 cents right back down. Equal reaction or greater. You could do less than, but that's the only thing, is you have to be very careful. You have to understand how much profit you're trying to make so that you're not holding it for a longer time. Like right now, for instance, you see how the trends are compressing? I could make the assumption that because this uptrend was $1.60, because this uptrend right here was $1.40, because this uptrend right here was $1.10, I could make the assumption that this next uptrend, if 55 cents is the next uptrend, you can obviously see very quickly and see very easily how, I mean, just look at this, right? It's starting to decline very rapidly, which means that now the bear side might be picking up. So let's just say if I was trying to figure out how much the market could run up, I would select down here. And in all honesty, I probably would have just did $1. I probably would have just did doubled this past box here, which means, of course, I'm sure you all could assume that if I'm doing the downside, exactly, I'm going to do something that's basically double the last downside range, which was $1.62. So I'm going to do $1 and like 22 cents. That's how I can measure it. Which is so funny because that almost lines up perfectly with the midpoint. Does everybody see that? Currently, right now, you're at the 1/4 point of the daily range, not the weekly one. The weekly one, remember, it's all the way up here at 624.17. And this was the reason as to why I told you guys this was the target. Because it's a place where you can reverse, or you can drop, fall out the sky, and potentially head to a new low. However, because that's still in the middle of the whole entire weekly trend, it's a very dangerous trade. Does everybody understand that? That's the reason why I'm not having everybody get into these puts here, because it's not something you would do on $1 million account. It's like only like a $10 put play, a $20 put play, let's just say. Everybody get that? If you're putting more than $10, $20 into a play like this, again, you're going to harm yourself because you're not at the right location. Especially being down here, you want to be at the line, if not at the next location, which is a little bit further from there. And that's all. As long as you could just focus on buying certain contracts. Now, the next question you might ask me is, how do I know to buy puts or calls? Well, that's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. It's no discussion. You ran from the midpoint, you hit a 1/4 point. The act of going from a lower level to a higher level means that you will get some type of retracement somewhere in between them. It's a non-discussable type of thing. There's nothing to discuss. You're just simply always getting into a put every single time you play these ranges. That's the only reason why you're only playing $20 though. Does everybody see it now? I want you guys to understand that every single day a market has hundreds of entries. There's no reason to rush or to force any single one of your plays. If you feel dangerous or you feel like you should get out, just get out. There's hundreds of plays throughout the day. I'm just trying to highlight them all so you could see them. So that you can, of course, test yourself. Because remember, with this type of trade, you're going to make 20%. And if you can make 8% per day, let's just say 5%. If you can make 5% per day for a whole entire year, you would be at $9 million. That's a 20% trade right there. So let's just say we go back to the chart here for a second. If I had a 4-week out contract, what I could have done here was this. I would have bought a put right above that line, because usually the market likes to do that. Sometimes it hits it perfectly. Sometimes it just goes a little bit above it. Personally, for me, I like waiting for it to get a little bit above because it tends to be a better buying area for the puts. So boom, I would have waited for the top, instantly market filled. And then my stop loss would have simply been, we could have used yesterday, but in all honesty, I probably wouldn't have used none of that. You know what I would have done? I would have took a box here. I would have measured 20 cents like I normally do. And that basically will be your stop loss. So that's 20 cents right there. So if I get into the trade right at the top point, which is a little bit above the line, as you could see, I would have my stop loss like this. So if it runs up a little bit higher, I just instantly get stopped out a couple cents later, which is going to be like minus $5, $10 each contract. And by the way, you're only playing with one contract. So $20, you would probably lose $5, $4 or $5 here. But at least you would have a majority of your capital where you're just going to wait for the top to occur next, and then you're going to play puts from up here. You understand? So if the put location does not work and you get stopped out, you're just going to play the next put location. That's all you're doing with the cheap amount. And then with your bigger account, you're waiting for it to hit these bigger areas, and then you're basically throwing in a bunch of capital for a bigger run, a bigger drop, a bigger trend. But because we have to wait, and everybody is usually very impatient, there's very few people that are not really impatient, you know. Impatient? Did I just confuse myself? I just confused myself, but you guys get what I'm saying. Like, there's very few people who are actually really patient. It takes a long set of situations to occur before one is actually pretty patient. And as long as you all can understand that, I mean, yeah, you could build up your patience. You could be fine with missing out on all these short-term trends and just wait for the bigger ones, which you're going to make more money on. But normally what's going to occur is that's not going to be the situation, you see. Everybody's just going to want to get into the market at any point, and I was the same way. I did the same thing I'm saying you guys probably are doing right now, which is not speaking of the people who are in the Discord, because a lot of them have some proper preparation already. Like, they already properly understand the structure and how to go about trading it, and they know what to do and what not to do. I'm also speaking out loud for those who don't do that, right? If you've never done it, at one point you will do it. I feel like we've all done it. I don't currently think people are doing it on the Discord, so that's a really nice thing to see and know. But these trades, you're just putting in a small amount of capital. You know, you're not investing too much money into this. $20 here, $20 there, $30 here. Sell it for 20, sell it for 30, sell it for 40. Make a little money here, here, and just keep aggressively trading, you know, back and forth, back and forth. And then once we hit those bigger areas where you can actually get your more expensive contracts, boom. Use that profit that you made with the small little scalp plays where you played back and forth. Buy a more expensive contract right at the tops and see if you could trade for this to fall right back down to the bottom. Just like how we played puts up here, we told everybody you're going to fall down to the middle. And if you hold, you're gonna run up to 624. So literally, what you did today was exactly what you did from Thursday to Friday. You literally just repeated everything. So it's so funny, but yeah, it's kind of weird. Normally that doesn't really happen perfectly like that, but literally both days were gaps. Both days ran up to the same location, and both days fell from the same location. Yesterday, which was Friday, ran down or fell down a little bit more than today, but now yeah, it's pretty funny. It was just hitting the weekly 1/4 point. All right, everybody. So you hit the purple box. You fell from it. Now I want to see you run inside the purple box. And I want to see if this market has the potential to run up to the high of 627. Remember, pre-market, I told everybody this market has the opportunity to run up to 327, or not 327, 627. So we're just going to take it real slow here. We're just not going to rush this. If you hold here, you're just going to run, yep, right back up to 625.90. And after that, 627.04. If you fall from here, this will be a pretty weird drop. I don't think it's going to drop, actually, everybody. Yeah, I'm not too sure if this is going to drop, honestly. We're going to take this very slow because you're respecting the weekly lines here. And every single time you break up into a line, I mean, besides this situation here, where you still fell back down below it, usually when you break above the line, you stay somewhat above it, kind of, like last week. This is 2 weeks ago. So this was a while ago, actually. And you're still doing the same thing right now. You're still following the same lines. Look at how yesterday, which was Friday, and Thursday, you were so close to hitting the top. The reason why it's actually not hitting it no more perfectly, kind of like, for example, you see how over here, it was hitting it perfectly right here? Like right between this one range right here. Everybody see that? So this range right here, I'm going to color it a very... So that white range right there, you see how the market was just... Look at that. Look at how beautiful that looks. It's like it was respecting this crazy something that was just hidden there. And when you draw something, you can actually see what that range was, which is what I did here. We then keep increasing the lines, right? And we take that trajectory and throw it on top of here where it hits the line perfectly. So we copied everything to here. And then look at that. You fell perfectly to the white line here, almost perfectly to the top. And these are really big plays, remember. This I'm talking about, this is taking $100 into like $2,000. One trade. That's how much you would make here. And it just fell straight down from 623 straight down to 618 again. And then after that, where did it go? Right back into this box. Held on it. Almost touching the top line. Falling and confusing everybody. And then boom. Smacks it. Pre-market. when everybody can't trade. And then during the day, you look what it does. It makes you open up, and it makes you fall right on top of these lines and holds, and then you run up to that next higher high. Where look, you're coming so close to the line, but you're not wanting to touch it. You just fall from it. So close to the line, confusing everybody, not wanting to touch it, you fall from it. Pre-market, now you're holding though. So this was a change in flow. This is obviously the market staircasing upwards here. Does everybody see that? It's actually staircasing upwards even though it fell down here. It's because you're holding the trajectory that you once were not holding over here. You kept falling below it. Now you're actually holding it right there. So this automatically tells me that yes, a market is actually potentially speeding up here. You might get a dramatic run up to maybe like somewhere here or maybe somewhere here, where it like just basically U-shapes into a new high. SPY's been doing that nonstop, so I could definitely see it doing it again. The only problem is I want to make sure that everybody has some downside locked in. That's why we're buying the Tesla shorts and Nvidia shorts. That's why we're basically shorting the whole entire market here. Even Rocket Labs, right? You guys see how it ran perfectly to my arrow? I bought it right here at the top perfectly. And we bought it for $40 right now at the top there. It was $10. I told everybody to wait to buy the next one. And as you can see, now it's falling down to the 13 EMA. So we'll see if this is going to run up into a new high here. Because this was the first time it touched it all day, right? So it might have a similar progression where you touch the EMA. If not, it's going to be something different. You know, it might touch the blue one then bounce, purple one then bounce, red one then bounce. We'll see it afterwards. I can't tell you for sure what it is because this is a new company that I'm paying attention to now. So I have to be honest with everybody. I got to be straight up. I don't have that much data yet on this in terms of what my brain thinks of or how to get in and out. So for now, we're just going to hold this short. We're going to wait for it to hit DARP. But the daily moves, we're not going to mess with this. We're only going to buy at 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock because at that point, the contracts usually become the cheapest throughout the whole entire day. Like around 1 o'clock to like 2 o'clock. So at that time, we'll see if the contracts drop down again because they probably went up by now. And maybe we'll be able to scoop some up for like $7, $5. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That is all for that company. I'm thinking the semiconductor sector is going to crash here. SPY futures looks like it ran from the bottom quarter point straight up to the other quarter point. You did an equal reaction, ladies and gentlemen. I just noticed that. So again, everybody, you did an equal reaction right there. It was kind of weird, actually. No, it's not done yet. The equal reaction, ladies and gentlemen, is not done yet. Let me see this. That's the midpoint. That's that point right there. Yeah, so that's the equal reaction. Oh yeah, that's why it looks confusing to me. Because this is the weekly box here. Let me make the opacity. Let me turn this to yellow actually. So everybody can see this bright and clear. So you can see the weekly range now. This box right here obviously is half of it. Now with half of this box here, you basically want to see us do the same reaction from the bottom to the top. So that means this market could actually run all the way up to this top point up here, which is probably about another $2, $3 on SPY. If it falls from here, I'm just warning everybody. If you fall from here and get below this wedge that you made here a couple days ago, you're most likely just going to fall to there, hold for a second, and then probably fall to a new low. That's most likely what's going to happen here. Because this just looks like the right side of a mountain. Does it not, everybody? Look at this. Watch this. I'm not doing this to be sarcastic, by the way. Why doesn't it hide all my drawings? What are you doing? Okay, hide all drawings. Okay, so whenever you're looking at a mountain, right? Oh my god, what's good with all these ads? I want this one. This is what I want to look at. There you go. Okay, so whenever you're looking at a mountain, right, it tends to have these peaks where as you're climbing up, there's a bunch of peaks that go up and down, right here, up and down, right? Then it goes down, then it goes back up, then it goes back down, then it goes back up. But what are you noticing now? This is probably the pointiest part right here. Afterwards, all the downs, they're a little bit lower, right? They're a little bit lower. And it looks like it just dissipates into the floor. Even these right here, they increase, they drop down, they go up, they drop down. So you have to understand, if it looks like it's continuously dropping down and the peaks are not around the same peak, it's obviously not going up to a higher high. It's probably turning down and it might just be falling off of a mountain. That's how I look at futures. Because look at this. If this is going to fall here, this would be the best time for the market to just rug pull you right now. Make you fall straight out the sky, straight down to like down here. Like somewhere down here is where the market's probably going to drop you. The only reason why the market could hold you here is because you've only been stuck up here for only like 5-10 days. So you might need to stay up here for like another 2 weeks, another week, before you actually continue to crash out the sky. But honestly, what I'm thinking is you're probably going to have a drop somewhere down here very soon. Even if it doesn't continue to go down or fall, if it just goes right back up into a new high, I still think a new downside target is going to be necessary here. So maybe we play for like 618. That's what we could do on SPY. Let's just take a look at it real quick. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, it just looks pretty bullish right now, you know? We'll give it a second. We'll look at the puts, right? Because why not? Just take a little look at them. I'll buy some with a challenge account. That should be a little fun for us. So again, we're going to buy this on the competition account for everybody. Load up your competition accounts. I'm looking at 623 puts. And I'm going to market fill right now, everybody. So let's go ahead and post this on the Discord here. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that Scooby Doo movie was amazing. Have you ever watched that? It came out a long time ago. Sometime in the 2000s, I think. The animation on that thing was so clean, let me tell ya. That thing was super clean. Alrighty, so this is our goal, ladies and gentlemen. Let's wait for this market to run up to number 3 because you're almost at that level now. You're drawing very close to it. Let's take a look at the puts here. So for the puts, we got some 623s. There are 22, 21, 22. We bought into them with the challenge account, of course, already. So now we're just waiting for this to run up to number 3. We'll see if it holds on top of this wedge here. I'll zoom out so you guys can see it. Let's see something. Weeble just let off in the little alert. What's going on, huh? We got Tesla holding still. Is this the cat's hair? No wonder I feel so itchy. The cat's hair is everywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So again, we're still waiting for this market to hit number 3. Once it hits number 3, please listen to me loud and clear. At that point, you're already above 421. So the next thing you're going to do in this scenario is you're going to chop up the boxes once again. Just like that. And you're going to get that next level, which is 525.24. Actually, 525.19. So once you get that level there, the next thing you're going to do is put a little arrow to kind of, warn yourself when it hits that area. There's something that you're going to have to do, which is either 1, play puts instantly, or 2, continue to play the calls to go up into a new high. If you're going to play puts, in all honesty, because we've been up so much all day, you only want to really buy them, I would say, either once now or at the end of the day. The reason why I say that is because since today has been up all day, technically we don't know if the market's going to crash. It might crash tomorrow or maybe overnight. So because of that uncertainty, because we're at a random area, you're just at a 1/4 point. The one thing that I want to see is if you're going to play puts, you would want to see it occur in like 3 days, 4 days. So you would buy maybe like a 10-day option. And let's just say if we run up to 525, which is this level up here, 525.19, 525.20. The only thing you have to do, honestly, is just stop out. You'll still have plenty of days of time. You're only going to lose around maybe 10% of your whole entire contract's value. So you're only going to lose a small amount if it continues to run up higher. The only problem is once it hits 525, you can also fall again. So, like, if you buy puts right now, honestly, the only thing I could suggest is maybe like a 1-day 622. But how much do those cost? Let's see. Cost $100. So, yeah, it's too much. The only thing I could suggest is maybe like a $10 put. $10 put if the market decides to go right back down to 622 today. Look at how much the 622 contracts are right now. They're literally $10. So if you go from here to here, you would go from $10 to $40 each. Or let's just say you have $1,000 of profit and you want to use 100 of that. If you buy 10 of them for $100 and you sell them for 40, you would basically be making $400. You would have 400 in total. You would make 300, so you have 400 in total because it's times 4, right? But yeah, give me 1 second. Let me give the bunny some water real quick, and then I'll be right back. All right, everybody. So those same 622 options for the put side, right there, they just hit $10. So if you guys want to buy into this for a potential opportunity for this to fall out the sky, now is one of the best times. Just $10. That's all you have to spend. Don't spend anything more than that, and you should be all good. Honestly, just let it rock. Let it rock, everybody. All right, let's go look at something short term. Let's go look at my reversal points. There you go. So you're perfectly at number 3 now, everybody. You heard that? You're perfectly at number 3 now. Let's see if we could buy this option for $7. I'm gonna put an order in to try to buy a 5/22 put for just $7. Let me send it to the Discord to let everybody know before time. Everyone. And the number you want to buy it at is going to be $7 each. The cost you want to buy it at. The price you want to buy it at is going to be $7 each. All right, that sounds better. You then want to sell this contract out at about $40 to $80 each. If the contract ends up losing all of its value, the next time we're going to plan on buying something is going to be at the 4th reversal point. Since you're still not at reversal point number 3, you're only at reversal point number 2. Now what we're going to plan on buying is probably a 6/25 put or a 6/24 put. There we go, Hoover. That's excellent. There we go, Hoover. That's a really nice trade right there. That's excellent. So that's true. 627 by Wednesday or Thursday. Yep. Let's paper trade these ideas. There we go. There we go, Hoover. Excellent, excellent. Alrighty, so the next thing we should tackle here is going to be something that's a little bit different. I don't know if you guys are ready for this. You guys ready for this? I don't know. I'm not too sure. You ready for this? Alright, so we're going to be doing earnings plays. We're going to be looking for stocks. They're about to have their earnings. And I'm going to now translate all the teaching that we've done. And remember, I've never done this yet on purpose because I wanted to show you guys how, since I've never really played earnings my whole entire career trading, I don't really play earnings. Here and there maybe, but not in any logical manner at all. Like there was no structure to it when I did it back then. Now what I want to do is I want to show you guys how, from me not understanding how to trade earnings, we're going to learn it together and we're going to get to that next level as a group, so you can see what are all the components that I look for when I'm learning something from the start, and how you could do the same thing. Just take my way of learning and, you know, mash it with yours, and I'm sure you're going to get to a really nice perspective. So again, just try to mash the ideas together. We're going to look at it right now. Let me just look at SPY for a second. Let me see, where are we? Now, when we traded a similar idea on Friday, we traded this idea from reversal point number 3. Remember, everybody? So if anything, we might have to wait for number 3. I could definitely see you reversing here on number 2 and falling down to number 1 the same way. So you could fall down from all the way up here straight down to 623, which would mean, again, you're going to be up about 4 times on just one contract. If it occurs right here, right now, just like Friday. From number 2 to number 1. After you hit number 1, we'll see if the market's going to hold and then run right back up to number 3 now. Maybe that's what the market wants to do here. And then we're going to be able to trade on number 3 on the bigger account. Remember, we have to do one more 100% trade, everybody. One more 100% trade. We got to do it. We got to get it done. And it has to be with a 0 day. Just to show that you can consistently trade profitably and not take a loss. If it turns into a loss, it only means that we rushed it. That's it. That's what that means. As soon as we take a loss and I tell you guys, all right, we're going to have to take a loss here, usually most of the time, it just means we rushed it. So, yeah, since we had a perfect week last week, let's see if this week is going to be nothing but even more perfect. I don't have a shadow of a doubt that it can't be. Probably going to be even more perfect. Probably 100 times more perfect. Remember, I put my limit order to buy these contracts at $7. So I'm still going to be waiting for this to hit number 3. The only thing I was waiting for was for you to hit number 2, and we'll see if it accelerates straight up to number 3. If you guys got the $10 contract already at $10, just wait. Just wait patiently in the background. At this point, you're just looking for the market to fall down to number 1. So if it happens, well, there you go. You'll make $40. If it doesn't happen, you'll lose $10. Which, of course, nobody wants to lose money, I understand. But at the same time, because now something is being taken away from you, it's going to cause this psychological thing to occur in your mind where now you want to understand why it occurred that way. What could have you done differently to make yourself actually profitable with just the same contract? If not the same contract, if it was just running up all day into the sky and the contract, the puts just simply didn't occur, I would write down, hey, we bought on number 2 on the reversal points. We bought off of a proper point. However, the market continued to head up to number 4 and then it reversed down. And that could be a nice little note for you to have on the side for tomorrow. You know, it's definitely going to help you out. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing amazing right now. We might cancel this option. Right now it's at $8 and $9. So if you're already at number 2, you could run up to number 3 and fall out the sky. I most certainly believe so. But let's go ahead and check some other things on this grid here. Because 625.23 is the next level you need to run up to. So that's about 40 cents from here, 50 cents. Which means these contracts are going to go down to $7. So we'll be able to buy this contract if we touch 525. The question right now that I have for everybody is, if we could buy it for $7, and it costs, again, it's at 625 we buy it, which, remember, 625 on the reversal points is right above number 3, but a little bit below number 4. It's about $1 beneath number 4. So that's something you have to pay attention to, because we simply can use that to our benefit. Got that, everybody? So again, you're either going to buy the put right now automatically. You're going to buy it just like how I told you to buy it at $7 at number 3. Or you're going to wait for number 4, and you're going to get the 623 for $10 or for $7. Personally, for me, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to buy one at reversal point number 3. Just a single one. One, and that's it. So I'm waiting. I'm giving it a second here. So since it's not at number 3, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lower my order to buy it at 5. So again, everybody, I'm lowering my order to buy it at $5 because it's losing too much value. So I want to now get it for a cheaper price. Let me see. I can fix this up real quick. Give me 1 second. Or less if you can. If the market continues to head up higher, you might just want to run up to 626.25. So then, within 30 minutes, I'm going to have you buy the 625 put, which is going to cost around $10 to $15. Okay, now let me take a picture of this. Wait a second, let me fix this. Let me see something real quick. Where's the purple zone? Purple supply and demand zones right there. So you just squeezed a little bit above it. I'm writing too quickly. I have so much grammar errors. Let me see. Continues to head up higher. There you go. Okay. So now, we're ready. Ready to rock and roll. Let's do this, everybody. Let's go here. Let's cancel this. Let's discard this. Let's go here. Is it raining outside? What is that noise? There's no way it's raining like that. There you go. I corrected the note. I future-proofed it. And I gave you some extra details as to what you're waiting for in terms of a price target. Everybody look at the silo trades category. If you need that extra information, I just went ahead and fixed it up for you. So again, everybody, I'm not trying to waste my time with this, you know. I don't want to have the opportunity to only buy it for $7 when you could have hit number 3 and hit $5. So my prices are to buy it at $5 now. I no longer want to buy it for $7 because I'm moving with the momentum that the market's basically creating. I hope that makes sense. So again, just momentum is categorized and is defined with this market oftentimes by the amount of buying and selling that's occurring. The more buying and selling we have, the more opportunities you get for explosive moves in one direction, because that momentum from going up and down is now shifting into one direction. Everybody's buying basically the same direction. Everybody's trying to buy it up, make the market go up higher. Now, when momentum slows down, meaning when there's not that much buyers there in the market, what you get is you get a compression, you get a slowdown, and oftentimes this kills value. So if you have contracts and you have to deal with this right here, it's just going to end up making you lose money, and it's just going to give you a bittersweet moment. So what you really want to do in this scenario and in this case, right, is you want to wait for it to hit the reversal points, because until it hits the reversal points, the market does not speed up. When it hits my reversal points, you will always have an opportunity for the market to then change directions. Take, for example, number 2, yesterday. You went a little bit above number 2, just like how you're doing today, and then you fell out the sky. We were using CS zones, so I'm sure you guys are already thinking what I'm thinking. Let's go ahead and use another one of my trading styles, which is called CS zones. And let's see exactly what this market's doing, because this thing right here is absolutely insane. You're going to see right now. Watch. So that's the first box. This is your second box, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and find the third box. Just like that. And there's a fourth box right there. I can see it. Alrighty. So now with this information right here, look. This is the scenario we have for ourselves. On Friday, when we played that crazy put play at the top, it was when we actually waited for the market to go above this area. Then it fell down into the zone. It hit the bottom, so it was a really good play at first, because you just went up instantly to 624. 30, like 40, 50 cents straight down basically is what you have to do right now to get the same gain back as back then. And then what we did was we sold out our contracts for like 40%, 50%. Afterwards, we then had a few more contracts that we were looking at that we wanted to buy. And right around here, we basically purchased a $10 contract where it then fell all the way down to 40 and then $60 each. It fell to $60 each from just $10. And I bought it at 10. I bought it at 11, and it managed to actually hit $8. So you guys could have got it for $8 and sold it for 60. That's around 600 to 700% just right there. That's like a times 7, you know? And what we're trying to do here is we're trying to master these trades. Why? Because if I could buy 7 contracts or 10 contracts at $10, right? Or let's just say 10 contracts at $7. That's $70. Correct, everybody? 10 times 7? $70. So if I could buy something for $70 and it can go up times 4, times 5, times 6, that's a lot of money. You know that, right? That's turning $75 into $400, $300, $500 with just one trade. That's what we're trying to do here, because that's minimal risk, as well as a lot of you have $10. A lot of you have $7. So if you start with just one contract right now and you do it right, boom, you can get that thing to $10, $20 real quick. As long as you're waiting and you're being patient. You just got to be patient. And that's really all. That's all we're trying to look at right now. Is how can we consistently get those crazy trades where they go up times 6, times 7. They only cost $7 each, but then we could sell them for like 40, 50, 60, 70. Because then all I got to do is put $100 into that. Right? Or buy 100 contracts. Let's just say you buy something for $7. If you buy 100 of them, that's $700. And I know it sounds crazy, but just, again, listen to me for a second. $700. You know how much money you would turn that into? $3,000 to $5,000. So what's in your best interest right now, honestly, is to make enough capital so that whenever massive moves like today happen and like the rest of this week, whenever stuff like that occurs, you save like $100 to $200 and you keep doubling it. You keep throwing it into the 0-day options because you're going to make a lot of money, I'm telling you. You're going to make a crazy amount of money, but it's not about the money right now. It's about the percentage. How much percentage can you get? And how much can you squeeze and weasel away, right? You just want a little bit. You just want a little something, something. You don't got to get the whole entire pie here. Just a little piece is fine. And then we'll come back a little bit later and then get another little piece. And honestly, that's all you really need to do here. Spend $700 or spend $100, let's say, on $70 options. You buy 10 of them. You take that account from $100 all the way to $400, $300. The next 2 days, you wait. Today's not a good day to trade 0 days, you might think. The next day's probably not a good day, you might think. Maybe you're going to wait for Wednesday, right? And then once Wednesday occurs, you're just like, perfect. The market's exactly where I want it to be. And then you're going to confidently trade your whole entire account. Of course, you want to take out some money, but if you're only at $100, you're not really taking out that much money. You want to be able to take out 1,000, take out 2,000, take out 5,000, because now you're actually changing your life a little bit. Now that money is actually meaningful. When it's just $600, $400, $100, and you're taking it out, there's not much meaning to it. Because I think we all spend that money within a week or two. You know? That amount of money is easily spent within a week or two. So you have to be realistic here. You have to make a certain amount of money where it's like, now you're kind of realizing that finally you're out that little rat race, right? Because it's like a race. Like you're paying your bills, you're paying your mortgage, you're paying for your family, and you can't really invest a lot of money into this market. Well, you don't need to. You don't need to. Just invest a little bit at the right time with like a 0 day. That's very risky. I know it is. I know. We all know 0 days. But at the same time, you're buying off of a proper reversal point. So in theory, you're buying off of a highly probable setup is how I look at it. So yeah, that's it. You know, a couple dollars here and there. Oh, I just noticed, ladies and gentlemen, you are filling the other gap. Attention, you are filling the other gap. The other gap that I'm referring to is the gap you created on Friday or Thursday going into Friday. This is the gap right here. Boom. So now you have this much left. You filled a tiny little portion of it. Let's see if it's going to actually try to go towards the midpoint. And at that point, no pun intended, you might actually be falling from there. 625, 60s, which I think perfectly lines up with the fourth reversal point. So yeah, you might just literally run all the way up to the top. Finally, you hit number 4. Come on. Hit it. This is going to be a really good trade. Let me see. Let's go back to assets. Let's look at our open orders. We have one order at $5 right now. Let's go ahead and look at the options board real quick. I'm thinking we cancel this order and then try to buy a 623 for $12. Or you know what we could do? On Friday when we had traded and the market had moved, what time was it? It was basically at, what is this, 245? Yeah, that's 245. So 245, that was when the move occurred. Also at 140, the move also occurred there where you yanked up to the top. But the trade I really want is a trade that's like, you know, very quick, very fast, like this one here. This one was 400% because of how much it moved right there. Because it was moving so much smaller previously. So if we look here, there is no downside at all. I'm telling y'all, when this market decides to fall here, you're going to make a lot of capital. Just wait to buy at number 3 or 4. And if you're going to buy, only buy one at a time. So it's low risk, high reward. Because then once you do it with one contract at $7, I could show you how to do it with 100 contracts when you have $1,000. It's the same thing. It's just you need to go through the initiation process of kind of like dealing with the scenario at first. And then once you go through that process and you deal with the scenario, you'll be able to easily just weave about and always perform the best move possible. Because you know when things are slowing down, you know when things are speeding up. There's no need to be impatient here. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. So we're just going to wait for that. We're not going to rush nothing. Soon I'm going to be planning on putting this whole entire $250 back into the market. I'm just looking for another opportunity here. Let's look at Nvidia. Not really. Look at Tesla. Tesla's looking juicy right now. Tesla's looking juicy, let me tell y'all. We'll see if we could trade something overnight. For SPY, the puts that I'm looking at again, once you hit 626, I want to get some 625s for $10. Maybe some 624s. Let me see. Heard of Kratos Defense and Security Solutions. Kratos Defense and Security Solutions. I think I have Kratos on one of my charts. Let me see. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. Kratos. Kratos Defense and Security Solutions. Does it have earnings soon? Earnings is in 17 days. All right. All right. All right. You've been running up nonstop for a very long time. And oh my goodness. Don't tell me it was at like 20,000 or something like that. It was at 1,600 and you're only at $52. But the one shocker when it comes to this is basically that's probably reverse splits. So if we in theory think like, you know, that stuff was just reverse splits, the market cap of this is 8.6 billion. So this is a pretty big company. How much employees do they have? Let's go check real quick. So they have How many employees? 4K employees. That's not really a small company. That's a pretty decent sized company, honestly. Revenue estimates are 307 million. Nah, yeah, that's pretty insane. So they're making decent money. We got to check their balance sheet. We got to check every single independent little feature. Make sure that the money that they're making is actually profit, right? Make sure that they actually have a growth factor. And as long as we make sure they have a growth factor of wanting to merge with companies or wanting to grow their company in a certain type of fashion, going into different sectors that they've never been in but are similar to what sector they're currently in. There's various ways a company has a growth factor. It's just finding it is the hard part. And usually you can find it in at least the balance sheet from looking at the numbers or just by looking at all their news. Look at the CEOs, follow them on Twitter, follow them on LinkedIn. So you can actually understand these people, where they come from, what they know. Because the only way you're going to be able to trade stuff efficiently is if you can get into the CEO's shoes and think as if a CEO would, right? That's the best way to actually understand how to trade this stuff properly. Because most of the time, the technicals are just terrible. Like, they're going to work. The technicals are definitely going to work. I don't want to believe like they're not. But the problem here is you need more price action. Because if it just blew up like this in 2023 till now, this is still a very long trend and it's still risky. But yeah, this thing has been running up since 2023. Look at this. This is one of the wildest trends I've ever seen. Imagine the options on this. They would be getting destroyed all the time. And then all of a sudden you start tilting up crazy. That's messed up. But what we could do here is just make our trading style real quick. I'm just going to apply one of them. My favorite one, of course. You guys already know what that is. Oh, wait. Go like this. Undo it. Grab the top. Halfway point. Extend it to the right. Zoom in. Copy it. Undo it. Back down to the middle. Extend it to the right. Do it again. Copy it. Undo it. Pull it from the top to the middle. Bring it to the right. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, Kratos security is perfectly at... I don't know what point this is. What fraction is this? Let me check. It's 1/4. That's 1/8. That's 1/16. That's 132. 1 out of 32. And this is 1/64. So you're at the top of the 1/64th. But you're in the middle of the 1/32nd. So now what you want to think about is, all right, now I found out where the trends are located, all the way down here at 164. I kind of want to break down the ranges so I could trade this efficiently. So what you would do is you would take half of the 164th box. So technically this box right here is 1 out of 128. Yeah, so 1 out of 128. That's how big this box is. And if I just extend this to the right side, well, there you go. Now I have clarity. Now I see where the market needs to run to. I see that if it falls down, it probably needs to hold at the bottom just like it held right here with the red candle. So if it falls down again, you could hold on this bottom line. However, what I'm thinking about in my mind is I want to see this fall first. I do not want to get into a trade where it's completely random with a company like this. So in my honest opinion, now since we have all this stuff drawn, now we're just going to wait for this thing to fall. So I'm going to delete that box right there because we don't need it. Delete this one for now too. So yeah, the only time I'm ever going to buy this or short this is if it's at the top. because then I can have a really tight stop loss. I can also buy it right here and have like a little stop loss like that. But honestly, I'd rather just buy it at the best time possible, which is going to be up here. Now, if it falls down right now, all I want to see is it going to be similar to the last time you fell? Right? So I'm going to make my lines. I'm going to make my paths and my trajectories. Just like that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm simply just going to... First, this thing is way too bright. And the lines are way too big. So I'm going to copy and paste that now to the top now, just like that. And that's how the market's going to be set to drop. Now I'm going to do the opposite way to see how it's climbing up. You got that, everybody? Just like that. And that's how the market's climbing up on this stock. So if Kratos falls, you're most likely going to fall to first around this area here, then probably to this area down here. Maybe you might hold and get stuck in here for a little bit. And then once you reach the bottom, we could buy it again. Once you reach somewhere at the bottom here. That's the only time I would buy calls on this. The only time I would short it is once it falls and I see it fall. So like I would be like, all right, once I see this market do something like this, I would go long down here for a couple years out. And then the next time it runs up to the top or somewhere, you know, at a high point, I already know how I'm going to play the puts, and it's going to be very similar to the last time. So that's normally how you're supposed to trade any company. Any new company is you want to first understand how it moves and how it trends before you actually put your money in it. Always. Always, 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 always. All right. Let me go ahead and send you this picture, Hoover. I remember you asked for this company in the morning. You had texted me. So boom, there we go. Alrighty, let's go back to what we were looking at before, which was, let's go ahead and take a peek at the SPY. So there we go, everybody. You're doing exactly what you did on Friday at the third box, or the fourth box, basically. You could play calls for a new high now to run up to number 3, just like Friday. Play calls at the bottom of 464.46, and then you could just play for like a 60 cent run up. Alrighty, it's perfect. Oh man. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, do you see how the market's holding with this other trading style? How it's perfectly spotting every single one of your best buying locations? The reason why I knew that was a good location to buy at the bottom is because the rules told me to. Read the rules on the bottom right of my screen whenever you get a chance here. It says in order to play calls, you want to buy when it's below the box, and then you want it to basically run into the box, hit the midpoint of whatever box you're in, and then you want it to run towards the top, where it could break out and potentially just go towards either the top part or a higher high. So once you hit the top part, which is where you're at right now, and if you bought calls right there at the blue line, you would basically just have your stop loss right below the line, just in case if it just flicks right down and goes right back down. That's all you have to do right now. So you see how that trade already worked out? Now look at the puts. When you're trying to buy a put, you had to wait for the market to get above a box, and then you had to buy the puts above the box. So isn't that crazy? It literally worked here. It got above it again. It worked here straight down to the bottom. Held the bottom and fell out the other side for a second. Right back up to this high, to the top. Where you could potentially buy a put right now. But like I told everybody, I'm waiting for number 3. So now this is where the trading styles, they come into play when you merge them together. Because you can actually see instantly where the best location is going to be to buy from. So that's what makes me fully confident with being able to put my whole entire account into a trade, is I want to know where the market's going. I want to see how it's similar from today to Friday. And then remember, I told you guys in the morning, the market's first going to run up to 526, 527. And after it runs up to that high, we could probably see this market fall out the sky. For basically like the weekly. If you stay above 627, you're going straight up to 630. And that's that. That is that, ladies and gentlemen. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You're running up just a slight bit higher. I want to see the next CS zones be made here. That's what I'm looking for. Every single time you made a CS zone all day today, what was the consistent pattern? You made a CS zone and you fell down to the bottom of it before going higher. You made a CS zone, you fell down to the bottom of it before going up higher. You made this one, fell down to the bottom of it, and then out of it for a little bit, and then you went up higher. This one over here, now you're going back to listening to the bottom of them and not falling out of it that much, and you're going up to a new high. So when is this pattern going to stop, you might ask? Well, it's going to stop most likely at number 3 or number 4. If it goes above number 4, you're probably just going to start running into the 630s. 628 is probably going to hold you back, 629, somewhere around there. But 630s is now the target once you get above the 4th reversal point. Think about it like that. 630 once you get above 626. So we're just going to play calls going back up even higher. However, I need you all to understand that this next trade, I can't get it wrong. The only way that I'm going to get to $1 million by the end of this week, if not potentially, let's just say 400,000 is still a good number. Let's be honest here. That's still crazy as hell, right? But I would have to get 400% per day, which is 2 100% trades. Just get a 100% trade there, and then boom, sell out, just like how I did in the morning. I think we sold it for, how much did we sell it for? I bought it for 16 and sold it for 34. So that's like 101%, 105%. I think it went to a peak of, let me actually check the peak of those contracts. I never checked. Give me 1 second. History. I sold it at 33 each. And the highest point that it went to at that time when I sold it was Remember, I sold it for 33, and then it went up to 37. So it hit a high of 37. So 37 times, let me see, 37 times 8 equals 296. And then how much did I make? I made 33 times 8. 33 times 8 equals 264. So I basically missed out on about $33 of profit just because I was trying to take a screenshot. And normally that happens. Normally that is basically the risk with taking screenshots, is you're never going to be able to sell at the best point. However, that's all right. $30 is not that much. Remember, we went 100% and we just lost a little tiny portion of it. But if we would have claimed that, we would have had another $30, which would have been awesome. So for tomorrow or for later on today, we're going to avoid taking a screenshot. I'll show you after it's already sold. But we're just going to be focused on trying to sell it at the best time, best point. That's how we're going to fix that little situation from earlier to make it even better for later on today. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to the learning lessons that you have to go through. So it's like little things like that. Again, nobody's complaining. There's nothing to complain about. 100% is still an amazing trade. But we could have made a little bit more. So next time, that's what we're going to try to do. Not forcing it, of course. Meaning if I tell you sell, we're just going to sell at that point. Or put a tight stop loss. Right? Like a $3 away, $2 away. And then put the take profit for like $15 above. What a stop loss is basically, what it does is, let's say if I bought something at $16 and it's at 40, I could put a stop loss at 38. So by the time it hits 36, 37, they're automatically going to stop me out. So I can avoid taking a big loss if the market continues to fall out the sky. Because when I buy at that moment, I'm thinking the market's now going to flip and change its whole entire direction. That's what we're trying to predict here, is the future, basically. So in order for me to get 400%, all right, I have 100. How much do I have now? So now I have, in this account, in total, we have some money in some other plays, but remember, I'm not touching that money. So we just started, we had 270 at the beginning of the day. And then what I did was, the 130 is already inside of plays already. And then I had 130 on the side where I could use it. I turned that 130 into 265. So right now we're basically up 100% perfectly. And now the next thing I want to do here is I want to take that 265 and I want to double it. So basically I'm going to make around basically 265. There's no math needed because you're just going to double it. So that's how much I'm going to make. So in total, right now my account has $350 in total. And currently, in terms of the plays that we had from before, because remember, some of these plays were profitable for Coinbase, for Rocket Lab, for Nvidia. They're all down about 20, 20, 20, 20. So that's 20, 40, 60. So we're down $60 on the current plays, which means our account would be at around 410 if we did not buy those extra plays. Not saying that it was a mistake, but I'm just highlighting the true value of these accounts, including what I'm down on, which was basically $60. Now, in terms of how much we made today, we pretty much made all of that back already and more with the first trade. So that means the second trade with the 260, it's going to take our account and turn it into 550, around 660, 650. And as long as I can hit 650 by the end of today, I'm actually meeting my quota in order for me to hit 400K by the end of the week. So 400K is going to be my first goal, honestly, right now, because we're starting with less money than 300. I thought we were going to start with 300, but I mean, it's all good. We're just going to start with 100. And we want to get 400% per day for 5 days in a row. And that's going to equal 400K. So what I'm probably going to try to do here, honestly, is, knowing me, I'm going to try to see if I can get like 120%, 130% each time, just so I can make a little bit more than 400K. And that would look like this right here. let's just say I get 110% both ways, which means in total 110%, 110%, 110%. If you do that twice, I don't think it would be 420, right? Would it be 420 or 440? 420 or 440? I'm not too sure, honestly. Let's try 420. So 420, I would make an extra $90,000. If I could do an extra 120% each time, that would definitely be 440. So 440% for 5 days in a row. Now I'm making 600K. So honestly, it depends. It depends on how quickly I can get these gains and how quickly I could double these accounts. Maybe I might hit 1 million, but I'm thinking I'm probably going to hit somewhere around 300 to 400K is what I'm thinking so far. As long as, again, we wait for the proper time to buy and sell. We don't risk it. I mean, obviously, we're risking it every single day, so I shouldn't say that. Without risk, there's no reward. So it's always a risk, of course. However, we just want to highlight the best locations to buy and make it less of a risk, is what I'm trying to say. There's always those locations. And you all know what I'm referring to, at least those of you who are on the Discord. Everybody else just might not, honestly. But that's okay. It's not because they're less than. It's just they need a little bit more experience. That's all. They just got to write down some notes. And within due time, everybody will be on the same page. And who knows? Maybe they are on the same page already from doing their notes the last week. That could be the case. That could very well much be the case, you know. We're still waiting for this. On Friday, when you had fallen out the sky here, you basically fell from 245. So in 45 minutes, it's going to be the same type of trend, same type of situation. I'm wondering if if you do the same thing as yesterday, I'm going to lose it. That's going to be so funny. You might literally be doing the same thing as yesterday. So everybody, we're going to wait for this to hit number 3. That's all we're going to do here. The only thing different about today and yesterday was that you were hitting number 3 no problem. The first time you hit number 3, you fell out the sky crazy. You guys see that, right? You just fell straight down. So we possibly can get a situation like that happening today. You did go a little bit above number 3 before you fell out the sky here. So that's the only risk. That's the reason why I only want to buy one contract right now, honestly. And I don't want to put my whole entire account into this one trade because I don't think it's a suitable trade yet. Because on Friday, we could have lost that $10 trade and we basically would have lost our whole entire account. Like, think about it. Even when I get to 200,000, I mean, honestly, when I get to 100K, I'm probably going to end up trading with 5-day contracts, but it depends. It depends. If I want to push it, I'm just going to keep trading with 0 days. So if I believe in myself and I don't give up on myself, because sometimes I do that as well, right? Where I don't push it as far as I normally could, or I don't take it to the extremity that I know I could. I find myself doing that a lot. So don't worry if you're doing it too. It happens. It's just you want to change that. You want to be able to, you know what I mean, use all the knowledge that you have and just perform. There's no need to be nervous. There's no need to be scared. Just perform, you know? That's all you got to do, because when you're in the act of performing the way it feels and then it works out in your way, it's just like there's nothing that beats it. You feel literally like you're floating or something like that. So again, we're waiting for this. We're not rushing it. So far, excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This was phenomenal, everybody. Looks like we're now raking in some profit with Tesla here. Tesla's falling out the sky, everybody. So if you got some puts, remember, this is very risky. This is a very stupid thing to do sometimes, you know, especially with earnings being so close. However, this looks really bad. This looks like this thing is going to fall straight down to 260. So if you could just put a little bit amount of something from profit. If you're not working with profit yet, don't even bother. If you could just put a little something, that's all you need to do. And then just make sure it has 7 days of time, 14 days of time, and we wait. Now, if you lose this money, I don't want you to have to rush the next trades or do something that you normally would not do. So what I want you to do here is make sure that you gauge this correctly. I know every single one of you are intelligent. You know how to do something. You know when not to do something. And if you don't know, just go ahead and ask me the question before you get into a trade. Always ask me. Always text me. The first thing I'm always going to text you is, first, what is your plan? That's my first response. Always. What is your plan before I even say what to do? Once I see what your plan is and what your goal is, I'm then going to merge your goal with the plan and create a situation where you're not straying away too far from your normal trading style. You don't have to do everything the same way I do it, truly. You could do stuff with your own type of twist to it. But for now, I would want you to do stuff the way I do it so that, again, it's consistent. Got that, everybody? Just do it exactly the way I do it. And then start to build on top of it, adding your own ideas. For Tesla, we're going to get rid of this tomorrow. So we're not looking at this today. That's the reason why we have 18 days of time. It's because I want these contracts to go from 200. And I want to see how much money I can make with this from $200. I want to see how much they can go up. Because right now they went from 260 to 270, 280. If I could see these things at $500-$600 tomorrow, because the idea was correct, you get sold off. Well, then there we go. Now, if we open up in the sky, we're going to have a little bittersweet moment. We're going to have to take the loss, and then we're going to have to make that money back. That's it. That's pretty much all. That's why we're doing with the challenge account for first, right? And then the next trade we do with our other accounts, it's either going to be at the top once you run up to 350, or once you fall down to the bottom at 250. So your main account is always going to be basically, how do I say this properly? So basically there's an action of you falling down, and then the reaction is you buying, basically. Or if you run up, the action was you running up, and then your reaction to that run up is going to be basically you trying to play the reversal on it. So there's an action, and then there's a reaction. Just like that. For now, with the challenge accounts, because it's in the middle of the trend, it's very risky. We're just going to play with the challenge account. Or if you wanted to do it with profit, like I told you before, that's fine with me. I wouldn't be too against that. Rocket Labs is still holding up here, just like I thought. It's 2 o'clock. Let's see, can I buy another one for a cheap price? Let's go ahead and take a look. Not really right now. We still gotta wait. Let's wait until 3 o'clock, 3:30. SPY is still running up just like we wanted it to. Right now it's 2:09. Friday we crashed at 2:40, so we might crash the same time. Let's go ahead and take a look at when the low occurred on Friday. So Friday when you opened up and you dropped, the low was around 9:45. How about today? When was the low? The low was around 9:45. Excellent. And then you ran up to a crazy high and then fell over here by number 2. What time was that? 10:30. What happened at 10:30 today? 10:30 today resulted in you being at the low and then running up viciously. So you did the opposite there, right? Instead of you just collapsing from the sky. I mean, you can kind of say you did the same thing around that time, but the way I'm trying to look at this is that's a low, then boom, you hit the high. So what can you do after you hit the high at that time? Play puts. So over here, at that time, you were already at the floor. You already had fallen. So it makes sense. Now it's time to play calls, right? Because by the time it hit that time, 10:30, where it was time to buy, you already fell. So if you played puts at that point, when the market already fell, it's probably going to result in a loss. Because the market's shifting and zigzagging up and down, you know? So then when it hit number 3, what time was this? At 11:40. And then it fell out the sky. So let's look at 11:40 today. Was there a move? There was, in fact, a move at 11:35. Yeah, 11:40. Yeah, look, you're at the high. And then from 11:40 all the way down to the low at 12:30. Let's look at 12:30 yesterday. What was 12:30? 12:30 is right here. So 12:30 was a peak yesterday. And then it was a low today. So it's still a little bit all over the place here. And then when you had this high up here before you fell, that was 245. Which means, let me see over here. 245, you might have that next high, honestly. Right here, when you had this high, what time was it? It was 105. What time was this high? 115. So it's very close, but not the same, honestly. Which means, should we play puts at 245, everybody? Probably not, right? It's probably not going to happen at that same time. So again, this is a very hard market to trade. This is literally the hardest market that you probably have ever traded ever. Because you're running into a crazy new high. The momentum could just easily drop you out the sky at any given moment. So it's very risky. But at the same time, we see the bigger picture and the smaller picture, and we're merging them both in the same idea for the trade. That's the reason why we have an upper hand here. A little bit of an upper edge. So remember, that was the wedge, that blue line right here that extends out this box. That's the line that we have to hit and reflect off of. So you're almost hitting that line as well. If we go look at the futures real quick. Let's take a little look here. So for the futures, let's go ahead and turn everything on. Okay, so for the futures, you already ran above that line. There was an uptrend. So this is why I was telling you guys, you have to understand how to watch the futures as well. Because if you could watch the futures, you would always understand what SPY's doing. Because sometimes on the futures, the same trend that you're measuring and the same trend that ES... Oh, wait a second. I think my contract got filled at $5. Uh-oh. I forgot to take it off. I forgot to take off the contract. It was just bought, everybody. The put was just purchased. I'm just letting you know right now. The put was just purchased. I don't know why they purchased it like that. Why did they do that? When you were going down and purchased the put? I expected it while you were running up. Maybe it flicked up and flicked right back down real quick. Maybe that's what it was. It just got really quickly out of nowhere. It like started moving really quickly out of nowhere. Sorry. Grammar. What else do we got for ourselves here? Let me see. Yeah, I want to see if you can run up into that higher high right there. If you just fall out the sky right now and you go straight down to 623, that's also another suitable area where we could sell. Right down here at 623. Because remember, ladies and gentlemen, the midpoint of the day today, just like yesterday had its own midpoint, right? the midpoint for today is going to be you selecting the absolute low and then you going to the highest peak. That is your midpoint right there in the middle. So if we fall here, you're going to go straight down to 623.43. The reason why I know this is because a market does this almost every single day. Take, for example, yesterday. Watch this. Select the low. Go select the high. When you fell at the end of the day, the puts that we were playing, you fell right to the midpoint when we sold out. So we're literally playing the same idea right now. Same exact idea. Straight down to the midpoint at least. And it can obviously go lower, by the way, because this market's bearish. So we'll see. Maybe it wants to run up to number 3 and 4 and then move down. You still have plenty of time today. It's only 2:15. Or you might just collapse any single second here. So remember, we only paid $5. We didn't put no more money down. We're going to put $200 down on the next trade. It's approaching 3 o'clock, so it's getting very dangerous for me to be able to trade that much. So we'll just give it a second here. Let's breathe. Let's look for the next better play. And let's see if we could double our whole entire account again. And take this thing straight up to $600 by today. As long as it's 600, I'll be happy. I'll be real with everybody. I'm good with just 600 today. We started with 300. And we're practically almost at, $600 just from, $300. But remember, we only could use half of the 300. So technically, with just $100, I turned $100 into almost $300 with one trade right there. Basically. It was a little bit more than 100. It was 130. But you get what I'm saying. You pick up what I'm putting down, right? Yo, imagine. I always wondered that. If I had like around the time when I was first beginning to trade, if I would have had a couple friends that knew how to trade during that time, or wanted to learn how to trade, honestly, I would have went more further. So that's why I know that me having this community now is precisely the reason as to why I see how far I can go now, and it's absurd. Because now it has meaning, It has meaning when you teach people and they're able to then, within a week, 2 weeks, a month, profitably trade, change their lives, buy their family any car, any home, any medical bill. It's just no longer a bother, They're not stressed out about it no more. You're not living in survival mode. You know what I mean? That's the change. Cause I just watched this video, and it's actually kind of funny. Like, they're 19, 20 years old, and they're making 100K, 200K. They're getting McLarens. beautiful cars. And of course, at that age, would I want myself to do that? Probably no. I would have been stupid with it. I would have done something stupid with that. So it's a good thing, but at the same time, it's more so me trying to think of the potential what if scenario. Because then if you know the what if scenario, what you could then do is fix your current scenario and make it that what if scenario. You know what I mean? You could literally change whatever situation you're going through right now and transform it completely. As long as you know how. That's it. As long as you know it's possible and how to do it, it just takes time at that point. So let's see how this market's going to react. If you fall straight down to the 200 moving average, oh my goodness. I'm just telling y'all. I'm going to probably sell this out by the midpoint of the VWAP. It's like right around the VWAP here, this yellow line, if you fall straight down, that's where I want to sell it. If not a little bit above it. And let's say we keep running up higher, so be it. We want to see if we could play some puts from number 4. All the way up here. Got that, everybody? So that's what we're going to do next. That's our next plan of action. For now, it's just a waiting game. I want to hop into an overnight contract as well. But I got to see how I'm going to go about doing this, because if I use my settled cash, I'm not going to have that cash tomorrow. So I kind of can't do that. I can't really get into an overnight trade with this account. I could get into with another account, though. So I'm probably just going to do that, honestly. Let's also check our other trades. What's going on over here? Alright, let's go look at SPY again real quick. I want to see something. Where's the blue chart? There it is. So there's a gap that you have to still fill. You're still right below it. This market's trending so weird the last couple days. It's slowing down like really oddly at certain times. Confirming upside. And as soon as you confirm the upside, you slow down, right? And you just hover by it for a little bit. Slowly go up a little bit. And then you start snapping up. If not, you're going to just start snapping to the downside. Because remember, the weekly range is this box right here. This is your weekly range. I'm going to turn down the opacity so you guys can actually visually see this. This one right here, let's go back. Let's go to here. Turn it down a little bit there. Go to this orange one. Turn it down. Make it a little bit smaller. Just like that. Let's put this one right here and turn down the color. Just like that. Then let's turn down the bigger one. Just like that. We'll turn it to yellow. Actually, what color should this be? What color stands out to you guys the most? It's probably the orange, right? I think the orange stands out really well. And pretty much your next goal here is basically, we could delete this actually. So let me delete this. There you go. Now you have less stuff on the screen. We can make this smaller, so it's not so all over the place. Let's remove all these and make them really small. Let's put this one in the middle. We'll make this the bigger arrow because it's the midpoint. That's a put play that we're trying to play too. So these are all your put plays, which means these are all the areas where you want to play calls. You're playing puts to it, and then as soon as you hit it, you're instantly playing calls for like a 10%, 20% run up. Like a tiny little jump. That's it. So of course, when you're doing the opposite here, all you gotta do is flip it above the midpoint, and you get the red arrows, which is one right there, and then these two at the top is gonna be something like this here. which as you can see, we're right by that area. So we just got to give this a second here. And that is all, ladies and gentlemen. Just give it a moment. Alrighty. By the way, these are all the contracts. So let's go ahead and look at them while we're on Weeble here. Let's go ahead and slide to the left. So these are all the contracts we're paying attention to right now. Just the contracts that cost. Where is SPY? Alright, everybody. So these are the only contracts we're paying attention to here. Just the contracts that cost. Let me show you the puts. So these are the puts that I have right now. The 622 puts. And right now they're at $5-6, so they're up like 50 cents. If this goes in the money, this is instantly going to $40, as you can see. That's what I want to occur. So of course I need a $1, $2, $3 drop. Or $2 drop potentially. So I need a $2.50 drop potentially. Which means, let's see if this market's going to run up a little bit more to 565, 566. Because then we can instantly see a drop from 566. Not 566, I apologize. 625. So once we get to 625 and 626, we'll be able to buy something for 624 that costs $14. If not, you see the 625s, we'll probably be able to buy these puts for around $13 each, $10 each. We're going to put the whole entire account into it, and we just want to see if this can go from $10, $15 instantly to $40. That's what we want. Just one flick. That's all you need. From here to here, and you're doubling your whole entire account again. All I need is one more double, so that's the plan. It's 2:28, 2 minutes before 2:30. Remember that. 2 minutes before 2:30, where there could possibly be a switch up in the price action here. Especially because you're running up before it hits 2:30. So when you hit 2:30, it might be the peak. It might be at number 3 on the reversal points perfectly. And that would be kind of awesome. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. How many of these can I buy? Let me see something. Let's go ahead and take a little look. So we could buy 17 contracts at $15. We could buy 17 of them. I think that's kind of what I want to go with. I don't want to choose the... if I'm putting my whole entire account into it, I definitely do not want to go too far away. So I want to buy something that instead of being $5, it's like 14. Because then you have a higher opportunity for this to go from 14 instantly to like 28, where you're going to be up 2 times basically. So remember, right now it's 2:30. Let's see if the market's going to snap here. The 225s are losing some value now. That's really nice to see. There we go. You just perfectly hit number 3, everybody. We'll see if the market now gets shut down. We'll give it just a second. I'm watching these contracts lose more and more value. This is nice. Come on, SPY. Run up to number 4. If you run up to number 4 right now, we could possibly get into a trade with the full entire account. How you guys liking the trading so far? Are you guys enjoying this? It's probably better than last month. I can promise you that much. This is exciting to say the least. Let's see. Come on now. What are you going to choose to do, SPY? I'm looking at Coinbase right now. Let me think of another trading style that I could use that can help us here. DARP, maybe. Equal reaction, you could say. Let's go ahead and measure this real quick so I can show you. The equal reaction would be all the way up to 626.50. So that's the equal reaction. After you do that, we could play puts from 626 straight down to 623. That's the DARP. 626 to 623. So it's like basically playing from the top up here, all the way up here. You're buying the puts, and then you're waiting for a drop that goes straight down to 25 and then 24, where you could sell out around here. That's what the DARP is telling me. The reversal points, they're saying 626.25. So basically the DARP is saying that you're going to go up a little bit more, possibly. That you can go up to 626.50 up here. So again, remember, we only bought a $5 option so far. We only have $5 inside the play right now. And our goal is basically to see if this market's just going to stop at number 3. Or see if it runs up to number 4, where we could put more money down. And then play for an even smaller drop, going from number 4 to number 3. From number 4 to number 3, we could probably just sell out. Because the puts right now for 624, they're around $7. Oh, sorry, $10. So $10, $12. The 625 puts, which basically, again, 625 put means that the market's going to fall down. These puts are currently around $35, $36, right? And we want them to drop to around $15. If they could drop to $15, $10, $12, right? Somewhere around there, we can buy a bunch of them and just sell it out at $20 or $30. That's it. And we're good. We'll have our double. and we could basically move on with today. Remember, I have a 622 put currently. Once we run up to number 4, I'm going to buy a 625 put, which is way closer. Spy, you almost look like you're done. That's it. Are you done here? You look like you're about to be done. You about to smack into that line too. You know what's crazy? Let me show you my other trading style here. This one we can actually use to help us here. Watch this. So fix it to the opening price, just like that. Let's hide the one from yesterday and group this one. Just like that, everybody. We could delete this arrow. So yeah, you're about to hit the green circle. Remember, every single time this week, if let's just say I unhide my trading style, look what happened yesterday. You fell a bunch of times right next to this area. So right next to this pink pyramid, the first pyramid, you always fall down by the peak. If you go above it, you're going to fall down by this peak. If you go above that peak, you're oftentimes going to fall at this red peak, all the way at the top. So now we can hide that again. Now you understand that it could fall from this peak here. And you might be like, what if yesterday was a one-off scenario? I agree with you. But at the same time, you have to understand the reason why this pyramid is that size is because it's something that I've noticed while trading SPY for the last 4 years. The last 3 to 4 years, the one thing I've noticed is that around that same amount of money from the opening price, the market tends to collapse. Very similar to chart number 2, but in its own way, it's different. That's why we have these circles, those green circles there, because that's what a market would do if it's very bullish. Is it hits the first circle, then just catapults up to the next circle. Pretty much. But if it's bearish, what's going to happen is you're just going to fall down before you even hit the circle. If it's really bearish, you're going to run up to the circle and then just flip the whole entire reaction, and you're going to hit this red circle after you hit the green circle. So everything is precisely drawn for a reason. It's what I'm trying to say. I can still make this trading style better, but we're not going to copy and paste it right now. I just want to look at a couple other things here that are more user friendly, so that everybody that's, you know, not trying to draw these trading styles on their screen, they can understand what's going on. So remember what I told you this morning, everybody. The simple fact that this broke above this line and it held, it worried me. In my opinion, it looked like it was just going to run up to the top of this line up here, which is going to be 625.50. Again, something else that matches up with 625.50. Actually, no, it's higher. 625.80. So at 625.80, that's where we kind of want to get. 625.80. That's a potential area for the put, yeah. But then again, I'd rather we just wait for number 4. We're just going to wait for 626.25. We're going to let it go straight through 625. We're not going to buy nothing in between here no more because we already bought a put right next to number 3. And you know what's the craziest part, right? The put that I bought, it's literally still the same price right now. It hasn't lost, besides 50 cents, it lost 50 cents of value, basically. So that's not bad. That's kind of insane. Meaning if we still fall from up here straight down to 623, which is only $2, these contracts are going to go from $5 straight up to 10, and then potentially only $20 now. Shake and bake, SPY. Let me see something crazy. Come on now. Everybody's watching. Everybody's in the crowd. Come on now. Make them happy. For now, let's go ahead and take a look at some of these other names. Danny, by any chance, do you still have Nike? I don't know if you've seen what Nike did recently, but you literally just blew straight up to the top again. You just basically almost doubled on Nike. You're up 50% on like the whole entire stock price. So that's out of this world, honestly. Baba's holding. So Baba's holding at 106, everybody. Look at this. This is very important. Baba is holding at 109 right there. 106, 109. And remember, this is the DARP. So it's holding in this blue circle, basically. So if it holds here, you're going to see Baba run up to one of these blue circles before it either reverses again, going lower, or it could possibly run up to any one of these circles up here. The point is, it's attracted to these circles. These are the levels where it's going to magnet to, and it's going to viciously run into, or potentially drop from. So how do you know when to buy a call or when to buy a put? It's simply all situational, just due to the weekly trend and the daily trend that you currently have. According to this trend, with how it looks to me, this looks like a very proper place for you to buy a call to just run up to like 120, 115. Just buy like a really close strike price, everybody. If you would like to buy Baba, because remember, it's Chinese, you might have a problem. You know, if they just inject some new idea, news, or anything wild that has to do with China, something bad might happen to the stock. That's why for me personally, I would only put in maybe around $10, $20 into this, and that's it. The only time I would put in like $100, $200, $300 into Baba, honestly, is if you break this wedge here and you start falling somewhere down here. But remember, you are doing something very bullish, which is basically me saying you're doing something very proper right now. This looks like a really good uptrend. Because like this was the uptrend before, let's just say. And then it started curving even sharper. So now this is the uptrend. I don't know why my box just started extending into, you know, the complete right side of my face. My screen, whatever. Not my face. Alright, so as you can see, it broke beneath that area that it was running up. And now you might be falling into this lower area here. So that's the only risk right now, is you might be heading lower here. The nice part is you're actually holding on the DARP. So if you hold on the DARP and you run right back into these green lines, you're just going to run somewhere towards the top, you know. If you can hold above it, of course. But again, the strike price that you're going to play is something that's very close. It has to be like a 114, 115. Put a very low amount of money into it. And that's really all. That's what you got to do so far. So you hit number 3. After you hit in between the blue and purple line, just like we told you, could possibly happen down here. You guys see how it occurred, right? You fell in between the blue line and purple line, which is the golden pocket. That was the reason why we had this arrow here. I don't know if you guys remember that from earlier today. After you hit the golden pocket, you instantly started running into a new high, just like we had a feeling you could. This is awesome so far. Options are still at $5, ladies and gentlemen. They're still at $5. They haven't moved. I want those 525 puts to drop down more. So let's see if we can go up a little bit higher. If we just tank from the sky, so be it. We'll just sell this $5 contract out at around $20 is the goal. Let me check the Tesla trade on Fidelity. Let me see how that's doing. There you go. Oh, you're not holding Nike right now? That's all good. It was an awesome idea you had. Because I remember you were saying how it was due to the tariff stuff was the reason why you bought into it. So that was awesome, bro. That literally worked out phenomenally. NVIDIA, what are you doing? Let's see you drop out the sky. Come on now. Looks like you already made the peak. Looks like you have the right side of a hill here, a mountain. And let's see if you're just going to start falling out the sky here at any point. Straight down to 156. All right, this is what I want everybody doing from here on out. I want every single person that's in the Discord to find a $5 to $15 trade for any company that has potential, whether it's NVIDIA, whether it's Tesla. I want you guys to track those down. And I want to see what you guys pick when you choose these cheap contracts, so I can show you how to spot the perfect cheap contract every single time. So first, to see how you guys go about doing it, I'll give you like 15-20 minutes. And then we're going to try to see if we could trade one of those contracts you guys choose by the end of the day. Because the only time we're going to trade is if there's, you know, some potential. So, of course, we're going to use your idea, make sure it has potential. As long as certain things are checked off the list, right? So we need. So we really need. Like the 200 moving average, for instance. Certain indicators. If you're hitting certain colors, right? Pretty simple. That was amazing. So it seems like it was a up, down. Up, downtrend. Downtrend. You got a downtrend going straight down, and then the call is straight from that point down here. It was still a risky point to buy calls, so nah, yeah. I'm proud with us skipping out on that trade right there on the call side here. We knew it could happen. We talked about it. Remember that. We told you the second it holds on 622, which is literally perfectly right here at the bottom, you want to buy some calls and potentially have this run up to 626, 627. So whatever we talked about is currently developing and occurring, which is why I'm not forcing us to get into a crazy trade with the whole entire account. Does that make sense, everybody? Because if I get into a crazy trade with my whole account, I'm going to lose it all. If I could wait and be patient, try to pay attention to all the different trends that are developing. Remember, now the market moved up more, right? So now what I could do is I could do this right here. So now the midpoint is a little bit higher. It's now at 623.40. It used to be over here, but pretty much just moved up just a tiny bit. Used to be like down here somewhere. So that's our goal. That midpoint right there. 624 puts. How much do they cost? 624, 623 puts are $5-6. So yeah, the 623 puts are $5-6 now, which basically tells me this is going to be a little bit less profit than we would have gotten had we had bought that 623 put. Everybody, you understand? So this option is only $5. It has an opportunity of going to, of course, 20 still. But because the 623 option is now $5, the one above us, our option dropped down to $4 or $5. So they're around the same price, honestly. But since one strike is closer, let's say if we run up here, the 623 call from $5 would now go up to $100. For us, when we first bought it, it only had the potential opportunities to go up from what's it called, $5 to $40. Now your potential for that $5 trade is now $100, which is insane. That's the trade. That's the type of trade that I'm trying to get into with my whole account, because then I can go from just having $200, and by the end of the trade, when I sell everything out, because I bought it at the right time, the right strike price, everything was the right one, I could probably sell out, for $1,000. And instead of me just being at $600 today, by the end of the day, because remember, $600 was the goal. Currently, right now, we're just a little bit under 400. So, we'll see. We only have an hour left of time. We're going to be very patient. You can never force certain things to occur, The only way, again, that I told you before that we would have been profiting right now is if we had bought calls. But honestly, let me go ahead and show you guys again so you can understand why I say this. When you look at the morning move, it just didn't look like a good time to buy the calls. Besides it being near number 2, but not at number 2 perfectly, it wasn't really a structured point. So remember, right now it's 2:54. Yesterday you already crashed by this point, which was Friday. I know yesterday was obviously Sunday, but you guys get what I'm saying. The last day the market was open, which was Friday, you fell all the way down from the tippity top straight down to 623.19. So you're very close to that level again. I'm looking at the 624 puts right now. They're around $10. If we fall down, these puts are instantly going to... Let's check it. If we fall down, these puts are instantly going to $40. And potentially they can go to $100 from $10. Potentially. I think the 625 options, they currently cost $30 right now. I think those are the ones that I really want. I like those options a lot. They look really good. So we're just going to give it a second. Let's take a look at Tesla. Because maybe if Tesla's crashing, we might be able to throw in the whole entire account to Tesla. It's not something I'm looking for or trying to do, honestly. Just because earnings is in a couple days. So I'm not really trying to trade this, truly. Only if it's an easy trade that I see. Like right now, I'm not really interested with it. We still have the other trade on the board, so we're just going to wait for the other trade that we have. Nvidia.com. What is SOS doing? I think just crashed from $9 straight down to $7. It's a crypto stock. So that's crazy. That's crashing. Come on, Coinbase. I kind of need to sell you soon because I kind of need to use your value to double my account faster. But it's all right. It's whatever. Take your time. Because what I'm thinking is we might be able to sell this Coinbase option from $30 that we bought it for. And we might be able to sell this thing out at like $600 to $800. $30 to $600 to $800. That sounds like a plan to me. Even if it doesn't work out, we'll understand and learn our lesson. And at least in the process of us learning a lesson, we don't have to, just zap through all of our capital and make ourselves suffer, We're just putting a very low amount, and that's all. Move on. Let's go look for another good play. We need something decent. You know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to start looking at through all these companies here. All right, you guys ready for this? We're going to look through the whole entire Dow Jones real quick. Let's see if I have any charts for any of these names. So NVIDIA's already done. It's on the Dow. Microsoft's also on the Dow. And Microsoft's charts are obviously already done, everybody. As you can see. It's crazy. I forgot I had these charts. These are the charts that I was looking for. There you go. 619 is going to be the next high that we want to play puts from. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here. Ladies and gentlemen, you're doing amazing so far. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go take a look at SPY real quick now. So it's 2:59, 1 minute from 3. Let's see if it just crashes you out the sky. If it's very quick, we'll still get some value for this first play. I'm just not interested with playing with a big portion of my account because this is not a consistent trade right here to be taking at 3 p.m. when it's not even at the best point to, to play from. So in theory, we're going to have to skip out on this trade today potentially. And we might have to deal with making less money at the end of the week just because of one day was not, a perfect trade. Well, it's perfect. The first trade was perfect, of course. However, we didn't trade nothing else. So maybe what we'll do is we'll buy something expensive at like around 330. Maybe like 320, like 310. We'll buy something that costs $80 and try to sell it for like 100, just make like $20, $30, just so we're making something. But again, we're not going to force it. We are not going to force it yet. In the meantime, you did make some new zones, some CS zones as we call them, everybody. And the CS zones you made were basically this one and this one. Let me show you. Boom. And then boom. And then bring it to the right. Let's lower the opacity on this real quick. All we need to do is get above this box one more time, and we could potentially see this thing crash. I'm looking at Rocket Labs right now. I might have you guys average down on those plays for the first time today because, again, we're down about 70%, which is the first thing that needs to be necessary in order for me to buy another one. I need to be down at least 75%. And 2, I bought the first one at 30. This one's at around $8, $9. So that's being down 75%. If it could fall down to maybe down 90%, down 95%, we'll add another one. But for right now, we could just add one here. It expires in 4 days. So again, that's the only risk, is that this contract's just going to be worthless altogether. We may need more time. So we're testing this right now. That's why we only bought one at a very cheap price, at $30. The next one, we're going to make sure it's even cheaper. $8, $9. And then we're going to see what we could have done better. We're going to go back into the contract's value, look at all the days where it was at a certain price, see what day was the best day to trade it. And then boom, with just that information, we'll be able to build so that tomorrow we can make even more profit, potentially. Because think about it for a second. Yes, maybe I missed out on one of those 100% gains today. Let's just say we missed out on the gain, right? And we don't trade with our whole entire account again. The one thing we could do is simply just get a 200-300% gain tomorrow. So if we can't make up for today, it's okay. We're not going to force it. We're not going to force it. I would much rather me make less money at the end of the week than me take a loss at all. Because a single loss is the whole entire account disappearing, basically. Because I'm going to be using everything. At least for this current trade for SPY right now, we only have $5 inside of this trade, so that's awesome. That is awesome. Why? Because we're being patient. We're not rushing it. And you could tell because I would have probably put in the whole entire account at number 3, let's just say. But since I know it might not work out too well today because you still could run up a lot higher. There's a lot of resistance at 626 instead of 625. Like everything is above this number here. And you might just want to smack into it and then fall again, All right, give me one moment, ladies and gentlemen. One moment. Come on, Spy. Do something ridiculous. Do it. The ultimate V shape. Come on now. Just fall out the sky right now. Let's see how much I could turn $5 into. Even though it went against us, we were down. Let's see how much money we could pretty much just make from just one play. Alright, let's go back to our other charts here. There's a set of charts that I haven't shown you in a little while. Spy's crashing. Spy's crashing! Let's give it a second here. Come on, Spy. Make us have a happy Monday here. Let's not take a single loss from none of these plays. If you could just collapse to that bottom, oh my goodness, $3 down. Each contract will go from $5 to $100. If you can fall down $3. If. Because remember, it's still reversing from number 3 here. Just very, very slowly. There we go. We broke beneath the box. If it holds here, you might just run up into a new high. Because remember, that's the CS zones. That's how you trade with them. Does everybody remember that? So if you hold right here, you're going to run up into this high up here somewhere. And probably maybe consolidate here for a second before you fall back down, maybe. That could be the case here. What I want to see is you fall straight through it. I just want to see you fall straight down. I don't want to see you hold nothing. I want to see everything break. So far you're holding, right? It's getting bought up right on top of that box. Or not on top of it, but on the bottom of it. That bottom line. Come on, get sold off. Fall out the sky. You know you want to do it. We gotta start playing music. That's what it is, everybody. You know we haven't heard a single song all day. I'm tripping out right now, I'm not gonna lie. I need something to fire me up. Let's see what we got over here on the music section. Let me go ahead and mute my YouTube so I don't get copyright. Alright, let's do this. This ad just doesn't stop playing. Does everybody in here like this song? If you don't like it, you could just let me know. I'll change it. You could be honest. You know what's crazy? Tell me how they sent me they sent me a notification and they were telling me I was in the top 0.01% of people to listen to this song. Like that's how many times I played it. I don't even know how many times that is, but probably a lot. Yeah, it's so random. We're still waiting for this market to get shut down. Still got 30 minutes left. Looks like he's speeding up just like I wanted it to, so let's see. We still got some time here. Okay, so you're just zipping right back up again, everybody? Not gonna lie, I hate his part. Alright, I like this part, I'm not gonna lie. Remember, we're still waiting for this thing to drop, everybody. So patiently just wait here. Let's see if it's just gonna run up into a new high now. In between the blue and purple, you're at the golden pocket. Really quick reversal right back out of it. So let's just give this another 5-10 minutes and we'll see what we're gonna do. You got late fees. Sip. Quarter piece of benzo. Alright, so we're still waiting for this. Let's go ahead and look at some other names. I'm getting a little bored of that. It'll be a nice surprise when we come back and it just falls out the sky. And video looks bad. Video does not look good right now. Oh no, go, 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 go. You gotta pause it here. This is the bad part. Nobody heard that. I'm thinking about averaging down right here on Rocket Labs. Just give me one moment, everybody. Let me see, where in the world are you? Let me do a little bit of some investigation right here. Just playing. Let's put this one up here at the top. Yeah, you're just still holding at the top of the DARP. 42, so you're gonna fall straight down to 38. 42 to 38. Let's see here. Okay, you're rising a little bit above the DARP now. If it gets further than this little pyramid that I have here, again, you could potentially see this thing run up to the midpoint of the two areas in between the zones, which would look like something around here. So it would run to around $44, and that's where you can average down. Or you could just wait for 44, potentially. It could happen, especially with this crazy flow. You have a lot of momentum here. I just want to see if it's going to snap. That's what I'm interested with. Let's go take a look at SPY now. What's going on over here? Perfect timing. There we go. Let's see if it can continue to fall now. It's now 3:30. So we'll give it an opportunity. I have no idea what this song is. I don't think I've listened to this in a while. What is this? Alright, that's kind of nuts. Redwire is bouncing up an insane amount. You've done it. Come on, Red Wire. Just keep running. This thing was at $300 to $500 a couple days ago. It fell to $20. Right now you're at 100. I might put a stop loss exactly at 100 just in case. Is at 105. Put a stop loss at 100 just in case so I can stop out. And then take a loss. And then go back to the drawing board and see if the next trade I get into within like 5 days, 10 days from now, if it could be, we'll see if it could be a little bit better. Basically is what I'm trying to say. Just a little bit better. If that trade's also no profit, of course, you keep building and building and building with a very low amount of capital. And then once you feel comfortable, then you start putting more on top. SPY's falling real nicely, but yeah, I wanted a little bit more downside. A little bit more aggressively. We'll still give it some time, of course, but we're going to have to wait and see here. If it just falls back to the 200 moving average, which is on the 15 minute, it's pretty close. It's at 623.80. On the 5 minute, it's pretty far. It's at 623.20, which I guess is not too far, but it's pretty far still. Basically around $1.50 from here. Let me see. It sounds like somebody's flying around with a taser. I don't know if y'all could hear that. That sounds crazy. Yo. All right, listen. This is what I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna go grab some food real quick because I haven't ate all day yet. By the time I warm up my food and come back down here, we're gonna be at the 200 moving average. All right. Let's see. I am back. Not too bad so far. Let's see if you can continue to head lower here. I want to take a look at these calls real quick, because every single time the market popped, those calls were always the cheapest thing, of course. So let me see something real quick. 6 SPY 625. Let's go to the 5-minute. Let's go to the 1-minute actually. So around here, you're around $17. You then ran up to 40. So that was a really good. That was at 12:30 right there. That was a really good trend, yeah. And right now, you pretty much only ran up a small amount, nothing too significant yet. For the 525, you fell down to 7, ran up to 14.
Let's see, we got 5 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes before the market starts slowing down again. Three more minutes. Let's see what's gonna happen. Let's go check the weekly trend real quick. Midpoint's going to be right down here at 623.48. Let's go ahead and delete this. I just noticed it's pouring outside. It's going to be raining all week. That's crazy. You might just fall overnight. So yeah, you might just tank down overnight, guys. That might be what's going to happen here. The 0-day flow is pretty much just dying. You're choosing the downside, of course. You're choosing a different direction. This is the biggest time you've fallen out the sky. So we did have an excellent buy in terms of the timing. It's just there's no momentum here. The market's not really going anywhere. So again, we're just going to sell out this this option. Or we just let it disappear and expire worthless, just due to the fact that we already made that amount 100 times over. So, not 100 times, but like 20 times over, basically. And that's perfectly fine, honestly. It was just a $5 loss. Tomorrow we'll try to do the same thing at number 3. Or maybe we'll hit number 4 tomorrow. And that's pretty much all we're waiting for. If not, we'll trade off for number 2 and 3 tomorrow. Same way we pretty much just did today. In terms of the morning trade, the first trade we're going to do in the morning, we're going to have to see what I want to have everybody do. Because I want to make sure it's going to be some decent profit, just like today. 100%, 130%. That's all we kind of want, honestly. So we'll see.